Alrighty, we are live. I will pass it off to you.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josephine Spencer, and I'd like to welcome you to the White Lake Township Zoning Board of Appeals. In order for your variance, this board is a quasi judicial board, which consists of 5 members. In order for your variance to be granted, you must receive a majority vote from the full board. And I believe we do have a full board this evening. In order for this board to grant a variance, you must prove a practical difficulty exists. Unfortunately, personal circumstances or financial hardships cannot be considered by this board. If your variance is granted, you have 6 months in which to obtain the required permits, or your variance will expire and you must reappear before this board. If your variance is denied, you have the right to appeal this decision. By state statute, you must appeal to the circuit court and have 30 days to file an appeal. There is no other township board that can overrule this decision. All cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda unless amended. I will call the case. Staff will then give their review and the proponent will have 20 minutes to speak. The board will then ask questions of the proponent and then the public hearing will be opened. Each member of the public who wishes to speak will have 3 minutes to do so. We ask please state your name and address for the record. After the public hearing is closed, the proponent will have 5 minutes to address any questions or concerns. It will then be brought back to the board for consideration, a motion, and a roll call vote. And Alex, can you jump in here and tell the public how they need to be recognized to come into a case?
So yes, you will press *9 and that will raise your hand. So at that point, I will ask you to unmute and that will be *6. And then you'll be unmuted and you'll be ready to speak.
Thank you, Alex. I just couldn't remember for sure which stars and numbers we had to go by.
Sure.
And with that then, may we have a roll call, please?
Yeah. Spencer,
Here.
Walls,
Here.
DeHart,
Here.
Powell,
Here.
Sieber,
Cliff, you're muted.
Sieber,
Cliff, I just unmuted you.
Sieber,
Cliff, can you hear us?
Can someone send him a chat?
I can call Cliff or send him an email if we need to. Cliff, can you hear us?
Alex should be able to send him a chat, I believe, since he's the moderator.
We do not have chats enabled for this particular one. If we could call him or text him, that would be opportunistic.
Thanks.
Sent him a message, so hopefully he gets that.
let me see what's going on.
Okay, so Dave's computer just went down, but he's in the office here. So, oh, it looks like he's back up now. Cliff, can you hear us? You're muted, Cliff. Cliff, can you hear us? So I think we should finish calling the meeting to order if we can. We'll proceed with our conflict of interest items first before we get into anything else. That should give us some time to resolve Cliff's issues.
Okay, then can Hannah, have you finished roll call?
No, Shellac. I don't think he's here with us tonight. And that should be it.
Okay, with that then, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And do we have a motion to,
Madam Chairman,
yes,
I move approval of the agenda with a change, putting item number C, which is the Joanna K. Avenue for SLT Properties as agenda item 2. In other words, swapping items B and C.
all right. And is there a support on that?
I'll support.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please, Hannah? On
Spencer?
approving the,
Excuse me, before we do that, can we, should we, Madam Chair, before we do that, should we take a look at the approval of the minutes from the prior meeting?
if you'd rather, sure.
The agenda, approval of the agenda is first, Dave, so we should do that and then move on to approval
Oh,
of
I'm sorry.
the minutes. And I just want to
I'm
note,
sorry.
that's fine.
Right, thank you.
And then just to note for everyone, member Schlack has joined us. So he is present. So the only one that we are missing is Mr. Sieber.
Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies for that. It was a bit of an issue I had getting on.
Glad you could join us.
Glad to be
Okay.
here.
Nick, just to bring you up to speed then, Mike has made a motion to take the third case, which is case C for SLT Properties, and move it second on the agenda, and then move the Washington Boulevard one down to third. And did we have a support on that?
Yes, I
Yeah.
support it.
Thank you. Then Hannah, can we have a roll call for the approval of the agenda, please?
Yes. DeHart,
Yes,
Powell,
Yes.
Sieber, Shellac,
Yes,
Spencer,
Yes.
Walls,
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, then, we have before us the September 10th minutes. Are there any changes that need to be discussed? Or do we have a motion?
I do.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Nick.
I'm just trying to find it again here. My apologies. On page 1, my name is misspelled under approval of the agenda. Should be SCH.
All right, anything else?
Yeah. Madam Chair, page 3, the 10th paragraph down. Mr. Wall said a practical difficulty does it exist with this case in his opinion? So in his opinion to be added there, please.
All right. Anywhere else? If not, do we have a motion to approve the September 10th, 2020 minutes as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the September 20.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have a support?
Or
And may we have a roll call, Hannah?
Yes. Powell,
Yes.
Shellac,
Yes.
Seaver, Spencer,
Yes.
Walls,
yes.
DeHart.
Yes,
Okay, Justin, have we gotten a hold of Cliff? I take it not?
I have not heard back from Cliff, so we're going to proceed with 4 of the 6 cases. We'll have a full board. With the 2 that have conflicts of interest, those cases will have 4 members. So just, for the applicants to be aware in those cases that if a vote results in a tie, that's a failure of a motion to approve. So,
Thank you for the clarification. With that then, our first case is Chuck Essian, 9534 Mandan, also identified as 1235-126-034. The applicant requests to construct an addition to a single-family house that would attach to an accessory building, requiring a variance from Article 3.1.6.e R1D, single-family residential side yard setback due to the setback from the side lot line. And with that, may we have staff report, please?
I think we have a request from one of our members for a recusal.
Very good. Go ahead.
yes, Madam Chair, I would like to recuse myself from this case.
What is the reason, Debbie?
Previous business relationship.
Do you have any financial benefit in the outcome of this particular case?
No.
Madam Chairman, I don't have a problem leaving Ms. DeHart as a member of the board, but I'd like to know what my colleagues think.
Board members?
In other words, just because we know someone doesn't mean that we necessarily have a conflict.
That's true.
So I don't know, Nicholas,
I did hear the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not concerned personally.
Dave stepped away for a minute. But what happens is we would be voting as a board whether or not we believe we feel it's necessary for Ms. DeHart to abstain.
I don't know if it helps the conversation, but the American Institute of Certified Planners defines a conflict of interest as a professional service for a client that a member may have performed from his or her firm, or a relationship with another person, entity, product, or service that could, in the member's professional judgment, be viewed by the client or other appropriate parties as impairing the member's objectivity.
There was a professional relationship.
Justin, I couldn't have said it any better myself. I definitely Agree.
Okay, so Debbie, you think there's a professional conflict there?
There was definitely a professional relationship, correct?
Okay.
Okay,
thank
then.
you.
Okay, yeah. Well, for the sake of being extra cautious,
Yes.
thank you for your, sharing your opinion on it. I'll
Thank
go with
you.
your advice. Yep.
So we're going to allow Debbie to step out in this case, then, is that correct?
The board needs
I-
to vote.
Madam Chairman, I move to allow Ms. DeHart to abstain from this agenda item.
And is there a support, please?
I support.
And again, may we have a roll call, Hannah?
Yes, Walls,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Seaver, Schlack,
Yes.
Spencer,
Yes.
and do I call for Debbie?
Debbie can abstain.
Okay, Debbie DeHart?
I abstain.
So Alex, we'll need to move Debbie into the waiting room, and Debbie, just hold tight and we'll bring you back in after this case is over.
It's already gone.
Yeah, that was fast.
Boom.
Sorry, I was a little quick on that one.
I
That's
hope
all
she
right.
enjoys herself in Hawaii while she's in Hawaii. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute, Mike, you're going to join her in a minute. aren't you?
Woo, wow.
So Mike, what's your reason?
Well, not on this case. I'm fine on this case.
Okay. With that then, may we now have staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members. The applicant is Mr. Essien, and he's proposing to construct an addition at 9534 Mandan. This property is located on Cedar Island Lake and zoned R1D, which is single family residential. This property is on well and a private septic system. The existing house is approximately 3,000 square feet in size, and I'm gonna do some screen sharing. So let me see if I can do that. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
So this is a site plan provided by Mr. Essien. And bear with me for a second here. The existing house is up here at the northeast portion of the property. So north is at the top of the monitor, and down towards the south, southwest corner here, there's a detached garage. And what the applicant is proposing to do is construct an 800 square foot addition. It would be 20 feet by 40 feet in size here. It would be attached to the existing detached garage, and then a 45-foot long breezeway would connect the addition to the house. So this garage down here, once it becomes part of the house, the detached garage will be considered part of the principal structure. So it has to meet the minimum 10-foot side yard setback of the R1D zoning district. Right now, the site plan submitted by the applicant shows a 6.6 foot side yard setback for the garage. So the requested variance is 3.4 feet on from the side lot line. We did put some notes in your staff report about the potential for this addition to be used as a secondary dwelling unit in the future. The applicant has said that's not their intent. However, when you look at the floor plan provided, which is now on the screen, so you should be able to see it, this on the right side is the addition, and it's a 1-bedroom, 1.5 bathroom unit with a laundry room, a full kitchen, and it has exterior access to the building. We listed several conditions in your staff report. if you were so inclined to approve this request, that would prohibit or I should say, attempt to prohibit the use of this addition as a secondary dwelling unit. One of them being that the access to this addition be from the north side of the building where the kitchen is, that's the only door that they can have entering this building. The idea is that while the applicant might not use this as a secondary dwelling unit, a future owner could. And when there's separate exterior access on the side here, I can just see, a future real estate listing that says rental potential. And this variance should not, if it's granted, should not, be inferred as allowing a for rent apartment or the creation of a duplex from a single family house. So there are several conditions in your staff report, and I can read them just if you haven't. One, the Oakland County Health Department shall certify the on-site septic and water systems are properly designed to handle the anticipated load prior to issuance of a building permit. The applicant shall obtain all necessary permits from the White Lake Township Building Department. A survey shall be submitted at the time of reapplication for a building permit. The principal dwelling unit shall be owner occupied and the addition shall not be rented separately from the principal dwelling unit. The approval of this variance shall not be interpreted to permit creation of a for rent apartment or the conversion of the existing single family unit into a duplex or the like. The addition shall not include more than one bedroom. Access to the addition shall be provided from the covered walkway on the north side of the addition. Any other exterior entrance to the addition shall be prohibited. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall submit a revised floor plan for the addition, which shall be subject to the approval of the planning department. No new street address shall be assigned to the addition. All utility connections and services shall be shared between the principal dwelling unit and the addition. No new meters, electric, gas, or otherwise shall be installed to serve the addition. Prior to issuance of a building permit, an agreement shall be prepared by the township attorney to be signed by the applicant and recorded with the Oakland County Register of Deeds, stating the addition shall not be used as a secondary dwelling unit. The agreement shall be binding on the applicant and all future owners of the property. The applicant shall be billed the cost of the township attorney's fees to draft the agreement. Any future enlargement or alteration of the addition shall require approval of the Zoning Board of Appeals. So this motion that staff has prepared is very condition heavy, and it's, like I said, to attempt to protect the township from this being used as a secondary dwelling unit in the future. Now, the township zoning ordinance, Article 7, I believe it's Section 37, lists the standards that the Zoning Board of Appeals needs to consider in order to grant a variance. There's a handful of standards, and all of them have to be met in order to grant a variance. So the first portion of this tonight is, does the requested variance meet those criteria? If it does, do the conditions listed in the motion, are they amenable to the board, and are they acceptable to prevent this from being used as a secondary dwelling unit? And I want to circle back on one of the conditions that I mentioned was a survey shall be resubmitted or submitted at the time of reapplication for a building permit. Looking at the site plan, you can see the applicants indicated that the house is 14 feet from the east side lot line, and this garage is 6.6 feet. If you look at Oakland County parcel information, which is on the screen, this red line would indicate the east side property line, and it appears the house is actually built over the property line, so there is no setback. So the main house appears to be non-conforming. With that information, I'm not 100% sure, that the garage is 6.6 feet from the side lot line. It could be more, it could be less. If it's less than 5 feet, the Zoning Board of Appeals doesn't have authority to grant a variance of less than 5 feet on the side. That's Article 7, Section 27, subsection, I think that's subsection 7. So I know I threw a lot out here, but I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we do that, for the record, 31 owners
Point of
within,
order. I think that
We're getting feedback.
Dave should mute himself if he's in that room with you when he is not speaking.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. 31 owners within 300 feet were notified of the proposed variance request. No letters received in favor, no letters received in opposition, and none returned by United States mail. And with that, go ahead, Mike.
Justin, from the planning department's viewpoint, I was I had the understanding that White Lake Township has an ordinance that allows for mother-in-law suites to be constructed on a site. How does this differ from that provision of the ordinance?
So that section of the ordinance puts a limit of 550 square feet for a mother-in-law suite. This addition is 800 square feet, and they did not request a variance for the size of the building.
All right, with that statement, and I understand that, so that might be another variance issue that might come up. In our ordinance, does it have all the same provisions for the approvals that you have listed out here in the staff's report for approvals? Is it listed in our ordinance that requires all of these same requirements?
Most of them, yeah. That ordinance was the basis for a lot of these conditions, with the exception of the agreement drafted by the township attorney. The idea is that a mother-in-law suite is within a dwelling, so maybe you have a finished basement, or maybe you add on to the house, and it's not separate. It's not. What we have is a detached. You're essentially, if the board sees it this way, it's a detached, independent dwelling unit that's only attached to the main house by a 45-foot long breezeway. So
Technically speaking, from the legal or the ordinance perspective, if they didn't have that covered walkway on there, this would be a separate dwelling unit, correct?
Correct.
So our ordinance does say that by tying it into the house, that is legally being attached to the existing house and is an addition to the existing home.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of staff?
So are we unsure if this is over the property line?
I'm going to step in because I work with Property Gateway in Oakland County all the time. You have to understand how those maps are put together. They are a combination of satellite put over top of a planner's lines for the property lines, and neither one are accurate to scale. And so when they place them over, I represent communities with the property lines going right through the center of homes, and it's not really that way. That's why it's extremely important what the planning staff asked for, and that's for a survey just to document it exactly how it is. But I would caution my colleagues not to put much credibility in the open gateway drawings.
Okay, thank you.
If no one else has questions of staff,
I have some questions.
go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. Was there a survey?
Would you unmute yourself, Dave?
Dave, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear him, but I think over his phone, maybe.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
You know what? Let me try this.
I'll mute myself now.
Okay. I have a question of staff.
Yes, sir.
Was there a survey done of this property?
No.
So when I went out there to the site, I don't know if now this was when it was on the agenda previously. I didn't see it staked at all. I don't know if any of my colleagues saw it staked at all.
I did not see it staked.
I did not either. And I thought that we were requesting the proponents to stake it in order for us to get a better visual before we make decisions. I want to go on record as saying I am not comfortable making a decision when I cannot see what we want staked out, what that they want us to see that they want to build. I am not comfortable with that at all.
It appears that we have a number of pieces of documentation and data submitted, and to review and make a decision from, if we're going to making a decision based upon accurate data, it seems like that we should have this, especially in this case, the site staked appropriately.
I had a little bit of an advantage maybe in that I just happened to catch the owner. And so we walked all the way through it and he kind of paced things out. But I am a major proponent, guys, of having things staked out ahead of time. And I've even thanked people for doing it because it certainly helps us visualize what's being proposed in the field. So I agree, guys.
I mean, and Mike, I agree with you. The applicant, I happen to be out there as well too, and the applicant did point and make some indications of where what he wanted to do and where the line was, but at the end of the day, it wasn't readily identified or marked.
Dave, we need you to unmute yourself when you're talking, and maybe Joe will have to unmute her when you're speaking, because Hannah's having trouble transcribing you when you're talking.
Okay, I'll
So, and then just with regard to the staking, the variance application says, in order for your case to be placed on the next available zoning board of appeals agenda, the additions must be staked and flagged 10 days prior to the ZBA meeting. Failure to do so may cause your case to be tabled.
Yeah, what a shame since we've delayed it so many times. I would certainly like to listen to the applicant because obviously there's some other questions and he's been put off a long time, but we need to certainly consider the implications of not knowing precisely where property lines are and where the additions proposed. So.
Well, do you want me to speak?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, Dave, I'm back on. So, you know, no, I agree with what you said, Mike. I do think that common courtesy says that the proponent is present and definitely needs to give us his case. What we do with it following the discussion and the public hearing opening and closing can be taken up later on, but then at least we have an understanding of what it is he wants, and more importantly, any comments from the public will then become part of our record as well. So with that, does anybody else have any questions of staff? If not, then I will ask Mr. Essien to step in.
Well, I'm sorry.
May I call you Chuck?
Sure, I'd love that.
Okay, then you're on, sir.
Okay. Well, that's what I had to redraw my plot plan to scale, so it really does show you an accurate picture of where everything is proposed to go. There's an existing garage that is there, that is almost 4-car garage, and from that, I just want to move it in 3.5 feet to the existing garage and take it out 40 feet and then have a 35-foot walkway coming off of that. So, I mean, it pretty much follows in a straight line as to what I was proposed. So, I mean, I didn't have it staked out, but I mean, the garage is there and the house is there. So everything is in the drawing is to scale and can show you exactly what I want to do. And it basically is just moving it 3.5 feet into the existing garage. So it's to me, it just seems so cut and dry that it just shows everything just runs right into the house. So,
Well, unfortunately,
I mean, I had it all staked, but I have grandchildren running around, and I just pulled the stakes out so they wouldn't trip on them. But I mean, I don't know. It just seems pretty cut and dry. So.
well, no, I understand that. It's just that we have to look at the whole picture. And part of the picture we want to see are those stakes in the ground so that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're saying the lot line starts here and goes to here, and we see everything. And it's just, I've been doing this a very long time, and it makes it very difficult to make an informed decision without those stakes visible. But that's my personal opinion. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Chuck?
No, not at this point.
Okay. With that then, Alex, can we open the public hearing up?
Madam Chair, Mike has a.
Can I ask a
Oh, I'm
question
sorry.
first?
Oh, I'm
Madam
sorry,
Chairman?
Mike, I didn't see you.
Yes, Chuck.
Yes.
There are some issues that have come up that if you were a licensed surveyor, we wouldn't do any questioning. And it's to safeguard yourself as well as the township. If we were to grant a variance of 3.4 feet, and it was really 5.5 feet off the property line instead of 6.6 feet off the property line, your variance request would be null and void because we wouldn't have worked on from accurate issues. The same thing on your house. If in fact it's not 14 feet off the east property line, but 9 feet off the east property line, then you would really want to include that in the variance request, because you would want to make sure that your house was then deemed approved as well, or legal non-conforming. Then you also may want to consider shrinking the size of the proposed mother-in-law suite or the suite to 500 square feet instead of the 800 square feet. That's an issue just for you. Technically speaking, if I could just ask you a question, the planning department has suggested that the entrance to this building, and I'll be asking the planning department something about this as well, to remove the front door.
Yeah.
And have the entrance going only from the garage, which means you'd be walking directly into the bedroom from the garage. And then I couldn't help but notice that your covered walkway is proposed to walk right into the sink or the shower of the bathroom, and or the in the laundry room there, right through that area. And so you don't have a door going in that direction. It appears that you might have just not followed through on all the changes when you redrew.
Well, actually, I put that there, the door there, because I thought it would look nicer. But actually, if you look around where the kitchen is, there's an opening there that I was going to put. I had an option of putting a door there or putting it where it's at. And the reason why I didn't put it in the kitchen is because I wanted to add some more another cabinet there rather than have a door there, because there's hardly any cabinets in the kitchen. It's hard enough to fit a mother-in-law's quarters in.
Yeah.
535 feet.
But your drawing,
You know, you can't hardly do without having a, you know, a 10 by 10 bedroom.
oh, totally, I totally
Which I'm
understand.
gonna probably have to do and just put a bed that folds up into the
A
wall.
Murphy bed or something, yeah.
Yes, correct. So,
I
I mean, 535 feet, I mean, is pretty tough to put a mother-in-law's quarters.
So I'll be asking the planning department whether or not if if a mother-in-law suite is bound by a 500 square foot addition, I would hate for you to have to come back. And so I'm gonna pin the
Again,
planning
yeah.
department down a little bit as well on that, but your drawing is very explicit that your addition and it is gonna be 10.5 feet off the west property line, but then your 5-foot covered walkway runs right off of that back corner there. And your floor plan does not show that. It shows it going right into the right into whatever that is there in the corner of your
That utility room.
Utility room.
room.
Mhm.
And so these are some technical things that even if there wasn't a question of survey or anything like that, I'd be asking some questions because it appears as though you started doing it one way and you made some changes and it just didn't follow through with all the issues that you needed to change. And I'd like your opinion because you may want to actually challenge, I'm concerned about not having access off of the garage and the floor plan being changed. What I don't want you to have is us deal with everything, even if we approved it. And then you have to come back in a week, in a month, because the building department, planning department says, oh, we missed something.
Mhm.
So what is your response to where the difference between your site plan and your floor plan?
I don't understand the question.
Well, your site plan shows the walkway 10.5 feet off the property line and going right into the northwest corner of the addition. The floor plan that we've been provided shows that it's not going in there, does not show a doorway going into the building there.
The doorway for that particular will be in the master bedroom is where it'll be. And I'll go into, I don't even need to go into that, to that area. It's gonna be.
I'm sorry, Chuck. I'm obviously not making myself very clear, and I understand about
You're
going into the
talking about
garage.
the
but-
existing garage?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Where's your covered walkway going to enter your floor? your
Oh,
house?
I see where you're saying, where it's gonna enter into the garage. There's gonna be a door going into the garage.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I can see that very
Yeah.
easily. Where's your covered walkway going to enter your building?
Well, right now he has it over in the laundry area and the furnace area. But it's actually, I wanted to put on 45 and head it back over where I had it originally, and that's going into the kitchen.
Okay, your site plan doesn't show that, right?
Correct.
Okay,
It just shows it going into, the furnace room, so. Which
right.
is okay, it can go into a mudroom. It wouldn't be a problem if it went into the laundry room or the furnace room and then into the kitchen. It just wouldn't matter. I mean, a lot of people's houses that go, that enter, they can enter into the laundry room. They come from the garage and end up in a laundry room.
And I would not even have asked the question if there had been a door there. It
Right,
just jumped
right.
out at me.
Yep.
Can you tell me what room is the door coming out of your main house? What room is that?
That's the garage.
Oh, that's the existing garage. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah.
That's right. I have that picture of your house.
Yeah.
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Chairman, I've asked all my questions of the applicant.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
No, I don't even.
Okay. With that then, Alex, can we open the public hearing up?
Sure. So any callers, press star 9 to raise your hand to speak, and I'll ask you to unmute, and then you will press star 6. So far, I see no callers raising their hands.
Okay, with that, then I will close, thank you, Dave. Close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Do we have any additional questions of either staff or the proponent? Discussion?
So, Madam Chair,
Yes,
can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah,
You should unmute yourself, Dave.
Because,
Hannah, can
can
Dave
you,
should unmute.
because I don't want, if I unmute myself because of the feedback with Joe's microphone.
Joe will have to mute.
Can you
Joe
hear me
will have,
okay if I talk like this?
no, Joe will have to mute herself while you talk. Sorry.
Dave, are you gonna, there you go.
Hey, thank you. Sorry about these technical difficulties here. Seems to be a lot of questions and confusion regarding this case and things that at least are not clear to me. It's going to be very difficult for me to make a decision on this particular case in one fashion or the other based upon the information that's before this board. So I don't know how my fellow colleagues feel about this, but this time I'm unable to render a decision, and if because of the information that's put forth before the board.
I'm agreeing. I don't feel that I have enough data.
So, yeah, you're muted, Joe, but I'll just speak up here.
okay, go ahead.
I'm in agreements with my colleagues. I think, Chuck, I think there's some tweaking that needs to be done and some additional information you need to provide us a little bit. And just to make sure that we have everything covered, I'd like to ask our planner if the garage were not an issue with the setback of the garage, Justin, and this was just coming before the building department and your department, that 10.5 foot setback meets the requirements, and so therefore it would not be coming to the ZBA. How would you be interpreting this structure in the light of our zoning ordinance provision on maximum square footage?
In all honesty, Mr. Powell, we probably would have sent this to you for an interpretation. I think the board needs to make a decision. Is this an addition or is this a secondary dwelling unit? And if it's a secondary dwelling unit and and the applicant needs to come back if a decision's not made tonight, they should be made aware of the fact that they're going to have to request a variance for the size unless they've reduced this building to 550 square feet. So I think that's a conversation that should be had tonight. It doesn't sound like the board is ready to take action one way or the other. But I think some direction for the applicant would be helpful so they know what they need to request when they come back.
So I have a question from a planning standpoint. If he were to come in and have this addition attached right to the house without a long covered walkway, does the township have the right to say that he can't have a finished another addition on the structure itself or a totally finished basement? I mean, in my home, I have a totally completed basement that my mother-in-law could move in tomorrow. Each of my kids have lived in it, and it's bigger than this addition, but it's attached to my house. Why? So we're talking about an interpretation here versus what our ordinance says in putting a provision of 500 square feet. I mean, we can't prevent somebody from putting a 800 square foot addition on their home.
No, but there's, I'm going to be careful with my words here. A secondary dwelling unit is different than an addition. So a secondary dwelling unit has separate access. If you were building an 800 square foot addition on your house, you may not design the floor plan in a way where it could be totally independent from the main living unit. And I think that's, the different, sure, I have a finished basement, and if I need to have someone in, if my parents need to move in for whatever reason, and my basement's over 550 square feet in size, and it has a kitchen and it has a bathroom and it has a bedroom, then, that's one thing.
Is it a walkout, sir? Is it a walkout basement? That would be a separate entrance.
Right. Well, my basement's not a walk.
There's interpretations with everything.
Please let staff
Oh, I'm sorry.
address it.
So Mr.
Well,
Essie,
excuse me. We're talking about your particular case. This is not to be put staff and challenge staff on this particular situation. We're discussing the case. Each case is on an individual basis. We cannot look at parallel or similar or comparable buildings or properties.
Yeah, and just for clarification, Mr. Estienne can only speak when he's addressed by the board. So this is not a back and forth discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was.
So, the reason that we wrote this staff report in the way that we did is the township has serious concern that a future owner of this property could use the addition as an independent for-profit rental unit. And that is not allowed under the zoning. It's a single-family zoning district. This addition, without this breezeway, is a totally independent living unit. I could live in it and never have to go to the main house. So that's the concern. And that's why, the discussion should be had. Is this an addition or is it a secondary dwelling unit? I can give you my opinion. I don't really want to, but I think it's a board decision. If it's a secondary dwelling unit, they need a variance for the size of it because it shouldn't be larger than 550 square feet. I don't know if I answered your question, Mike, but you're right. If a project came in that was not separated from the house like this, and we look at a floor plan, the level of review is different. It triggers a different level of review. So I don't know if I answered your question the way that you were hoping.
I wasn't hoping. I just wanted you to answer it, so I appreciate that. So my colleagues know, White Lake Township has a rental ordinance now as well that defines rental properties, and rental properties must have an inspection annually and actually have to apply for a rental approval. The concern that I also have here is that this property is zoned single family residential, and duplexes are not allowed in this zoning category. So it is an interesting question, and since we did not advertise for it, Justin, do we have the ability to render an interpretation of the ordinance in this particular case? I guess maybe we have to in order to grant anything.
So if you were inclined to grant it tonight and you just said this is an addition, then that's the route we would go. If you're not inclined to make a decision tonight and you say this is a secondary dwelling unit, then when the applicant comes back, they're going to have to pay another $385 application fee, and we're going to have to publish a variance request for the size portion of it, along with the variance for the side yard setback. They'd be considered concurrently.
Or he would make it smaller.
Or he would, yes, sir. Or he would reduce the size of the addition to 550 square feet.
Wow.
And then, yeah, I can talk a little bit about, we had conditions about moving the door, staff wants, is going to require the door to be on the north side of the addition. There should not be any exterior entrance to this building. Even coming in from the garage is questionable. So I don't necessarily know if there should be a door coming in from the garage. This one was a very tough case, and I did consult the township attorney on this case, and so I feel confident what I'm saying is legal.
Is the breezeway, I want to learn a little bit more about the breezeway. I mean, is it actually a breezeway? Is it a covered walkway? Is it enclosed? If Mr. Essien could just share a little bit more, like what are you imagining for this?
Well, it's basically a roof, and it's going to be sided on one side and open on the other side so that we could use it for parking. There's
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Mm.
Any other comments or questions? If not, board members, I'll give you my opinion. In my opinion, I do believe this is a secondary dwelling unit. Just by the way it's laid out and by the fact that for all intents and purposes, this is the way I see it. And does anybody want to entertain a motion?
I have the same gut instinct on it too. It looks like a great project, but I have that sense of it's another place to live, not additional space.
Yes, if it weren't so independent, I mean, with laundry and everything else in there, it may be a little bit easier to interpret. So the real question before us is, if we table it, we're kind of giving him the opportunity to come back. He's heard our concerns. He could come back, make some modifications, tweak the plan a little bit, and expect some kind of answer at our next meeting, whether approve or deny. If we made the decision that it is a second dwelling unit, then we don't really have a right to grant the variances because it wouldn't address his request. So I'm at a loss as well how to proceed because how we proceed is going to give him direction.
Madam Chair, can I ask a couple of questions? So
Certainly.
I think something that the board might help is, when we're looking at a variance, what is the practical difficulty? Are there any alternatives? So why is the addition being proposed in this way? Why can't it, like Mr. Powell said, be within the house or not so separate from the house? Because if the issue is, the design of the structure being 35 feet away, then, telling the applicant, hey, come, if that is the issue, then maybe this design is denied and they can come up with something that is more traditional, that is not so independent within the main house, that would not require a variance and they wouldn't need to come back.
Well, let me address that just a little bit further, Justin. No matter what addition they propose, you're going to be asking for a survey. That's going to indicate that the existing garage does not meet the setback requirements. So even an addition on the home, are they not going to have to come back for the variance that's being requested?
Yeah. So if they get a survey and it comes back that what they're proposing meets the ordinance and there's no setback issue with the addition, then they wouldn't have to come back. Now, the reason that this is brought before you tonight is because the detached garage, once it becomes part of the house,
Yes, thank you.
that's the issue. So that has triggered this whole variance process. If,
So-
if they were building, an addition that was separated from the house and didn't attach to this garage, staff would be doing all this administratively without the zoning board of appeals. We would be reviewing the floor plan. We would be, reviewing the size, and that wouldn't be before the zoning board of appeals.
So we could consider this a self-imposed hardship pretty easily then.
I think, you could, because, in my mind, this is an 1.5 acre property. And I believe that there's, another way that this addition could be designed that may not require a variance. Now, may not necessarily be the case. Like I said, the house could be non-conforming once we have a survey, but maybe it's not non-conforming. We just don't know. And that's part of the issue, is like the unknowns of trying to make a decision here, So I think, the board should review the review criteria in order to grant a variance. If they are not met, then maybe what's before you tonight should be denied, and they can, I don't want to have them come back in 6 weeks and that be denied too, because we have an issue with this design, if that makes sense.
So in theory, if in fact they move that addition away from the garage, now the garage does meet the ordinance, they moved it up and added it on to the west end of their garage or their current home, and the setback is still 10.5 feet, it's an addition to the home that doesn't need the covered walkway to go to the garage.
Correct.
Dave?
So Madam Chair, should we leave that decision up to the applicant as far as if the applicant desires us to table this item, or if the applicant desires a vote on it?
That's a great question.
Yes. And also, just going back to what Justin had said earlier too, I have to be very honest. I don't see a practical difficulty, and that's one of the criterias that we have to address. But yes, definitely the decision to either table it or move forward should be up to the proponent to make that decision. So, Chuck?
What do you mean by table it?
Well,
Come back or not have to pay the $400 again, or?
You would have to, so sorry to jump in. I
That's
don't
fine,
think
Justin.
I don't think this is a decision the applicant should make. If the applicant is tabled, they're going to be coming back with a similar request that's going to need a variance for the size of the addition unless it's reduced. So I think the decision should be based on what's before you tonight. And if there's an issue with the design and there's no practical difficulty, you should make a decision on what you have tonight.
Either way then, Justin, you're saying he would have to come back. So if we denied it tonight, he could reapply with a different plan later if necessary.
Right. And either way, it's going to have to be renoticed in a new public hearing. So tabling it isn't going to save the applicant any money, but it gives them some better direction. And, we can start fresh with something that maybe is a little bit cleaner than what was proposed.
okay. With that then, board members, what's our pleasure?
Well, Madam Chairman, let me give it a try. Nicholas, were you going to say something?
I was just gonna say, I mean, whatever decision I'm making, it is based on the fact that my gut tells me it is a second dwelling space. I mean, as it currently appears. Go for it, Mike.
So, Madam Chair, person, I agree with my colleagues that although it would be potentially used as a second dwelling, and legally, I think a judge might say, based upon our ordinance, it's an attachment. And therefore it is an addition versus a separate unit. I don't believe there's any benefit at all to us not reacting to the plan before us. And I believe that the proposal, albeit I've been out there, love the site, love the setting, love the home, the plan, absolutely. And I'd love to, and here's the bottom line, I'd love to live in that addition you're putting on there. I believe that we would be doing the applicant a disservice if we didn't give him our honest opinion. And I believe that this is a self-imposed hardship with no practical difficulty, and therefore, Madam Chairman, I move to deny the request of the side yard setback of 3.4 feet. And I guess that's it. I just moved to deny the setback variance request.
All right, and do we have a support on that?
I'll support that.
Dave beat you to it. Nick?
Okay. No worries.
Hannah, did you get the motion, Hannah? Has Hannah left the building?
I got it.
Okay. then with that,
Could you blame her?
she's probably sleeping. Can we have her roll call vote, please?
I don't know if she's awake over the. I'll do it.
Okay. Thanks, Justin.
Powell,
Yes, I believe that it has not been shown that there's any practical difficulty, and the addition is a proposed self-imposed hardship.
Walls,
Yes, for the reasons stated, and as well as I see this as a self-imposed hardship.
Shellac,
Yes, for the reasons stated.
Spencer,
Yes, I do believe that this is a self-imposed hardship, and I cannot see a practical difficulty either.
So that's unanimous 4-0. Mr. Essie and I suggest that we or that you follow up with staff and we can discuss this further about potentially coming up with some alternative that's closer to compliance and avoiding needing to come back. So I think that concludes this case. Madam Chair, we're having some difficulties with Hannah's Zoom. Can we take a 5-minute recess? And
Absolutely. That'll leave Debbie time to move back in and Mike move out.
First case was only an hour, so we've got another 5.
Alex, we're going to need to have Debbie brought back in, and we're going to need Mike put.
No, don't take me out until after I request it.
Yes, but yes. And Hannah will need to be let back into the meeting. She got booted out of Zoom somehow, so we'll need her to be let back in.
Yep, no problem. I don't see her in the waiting room, but as soon as I see her, I'll let her back in.
All right, so let's reconvene at 7:15.
7:15 it is, people. I'm gonna mute myself here.
Hey, Jenny, I'm in a meeting. No, the windows can't be closed, but if you could close the doors, that'd be great. Thank you. Bye. No, the windows can't be closed, but if you could close the doors, that'd be great.
Thanks for sharing that, Mike. We appreciate it.
I forgot that I was unmuted myself just as I got a phone call.
I just thought I'd say that.
I'm glad we were offline.
Sorry, I'm finally back.
Well, and it might be a few minutes more because we're waiting for Hannah to come up live.
That's okay. I just reworked my estate plan because I wasn't sure how long I was going to be here. So,
Oh,
kidding. I'm kidding.
Ouch.
I'm kidding. No, it's hey, it's good. It's good to put an hour in on something really important. You know, we have to do that sometimes. So I appreciate that. All jokes aside.
sure can't wait till we all get to be back in here live.
Five.
That'd be great, Joe. You're
Wouldn't it,
absolutely
Bill?
correct.
Yeah.
It's gonna be even more complicated now because you got the whole legislature that has to act. So it's maybe put off till January 1.
That's what I'm thinking. Although this is a pretty big sized room, we could probably all social distance in here.
Oh, we could easily do it.
I think so.
If we could work out the microphone system, I'd be more than game to do it.
Yeah.
We actually have a bigger room over in the annex as well. So we could easily spread out by 6 feet very easily.
That's where we'll be when we go back.
Hmm.
We'll be over there.
Oh, want me to share that?
Sure.
Justin just said that's where we're going to be when we go back.
You know, I've never been in that room. The annex.
It's first rate, so it'll be great.
You in, Hannah?
Yeah, I'm in Zoom.
So is
Oh.
this behind where the police off? When you say the annex, you mean the
720?
old
Yeah.
library?
Yes,
Or
the old library.
Okay. Oh, then
Okay.
I've been in that room a lot. Okay.
Hannah is back with us. Now, should I be muting
No, it's
myself?
Hannah should be,
Yeah, I'm gonna mute.
Hannah needs an NL workout.
Okay,
How about that?
okay.
Is your volume off too? So it's mute and volume both.
Okay, then, Alex, I think we're ready to go back on.
All right, we are good to go. So whenever you're
Thank
ready.
you. So I'm going to call the next case. And that is, oh, shoot. SLT Properties LLC. The address is 10201 Joanna K, also identified as 12-22-427-003. The applicant requests to construct a second-story addition to a single-family house requiring variance from Article 3.1.6E, R1D, single-family residential, front yard setback and side yard setback due to the proposed building setbacks. Variances from Article 3.1.6E, R1D, single-family residential, minimum lot area and minimum lot width are also required. And Mike, did you want to address this before we move on?
Yes, Madam Chairman. I appeal to my colleagues to let me recuse myself. We have been hired by the applicant to obtain an engineered septic system approval for this site, and we're still in the middle of that process. So I have a contractual obligation to the applicant, which would be a conflict if I were to participate in this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Board
So-
members, do we have a,
Yeah, I'll make the
ahead.
motion to grant permission for our colleague Mike Powell to step off of this, to recuse himself from this particular case.
and is there a support on that? Thank you. Maybe have a roll call, please.
Spencer,
Yes.
Walls,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes,
DeHart,
Yes.
Shalat.
Yes, for all the reasons stated.
thank you.
With that, Mike, we'll see you in a bit.
Yes, thank you.
And we still have only 4, as for some reason Cliff was kicked off and is not able to get back on. So keep in mind, there are just 4 of us that are going to be hearing this request. And for the record, before we have staff report, 20 owners, occupants within 300 feet were notified of the proposed variance. 1 letter requested in favor, 1 letter requested in opposition, and 1 letter returned non-deliverable by United States Mail. And with that, may we have staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just bear with me while I share my screen. So that should be up for everybody, the survey. This property is located at 10201 Joanna K. It's just over 1/10 of an acre in size. It's located on Oxbow Lake and zoned R1D, which is single family residential. The existing house on the property, which is approximately 645 square feet in size, utilizes a private well for water and a private septic system for sanitation. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2nd-story addition on this house. The building was constructed in 1938. It is non-conforming to setbacks. The southwest corner of the house is located just over 2.5 feet from the side property line. The northwest corner of the house is located just over 3 feet from the side property line. And the northeast corner of the house is located just over 6 feet from that property line. And then the front of the house is located 21 feet from the front property line. The minimum side yard setback in R1D is 10 feet and the minimum front yard setback is 30 feet. The parcel itself is also non-conforming. The minimum width is 80 feet. The requirement in R1D in this parcel is 25 feet in width. And then the minimum lot size requirement is 12,000 square feet. And this parcel is just under 5,000 square feet in size. So the plans provided by the applicant show a 2nd story, and I believe I've got the plans up here on the screen. So 1st floor, 2nd floor, like I said, the existing 1st floor is 645 square feet. The 2nd story is 482.5 square feet in size. At the closest point, the east and west walls of the 2nd story would be located 5 feet from the east and west side lot lines.
Just a quick, Justin, questions. When you go back up to that picture, so the walls are 5 feet or the overhang is 5 feet, or does that not make a difference?
The walls are 5 feet. and it does make a difference. I'm glad you clarified that. So I'll get to that in a second.
Okay. Thank you.
The walls are 5 feet. And part of what we have to look at with a non-conforming building, and this has come up before, is the value of improvements. And Article 7, Section 28 of the zoning ordinance limits the values of repair and maintenance to a non-conforming structure in any consecutive 12-month period to 50% of the state equalized value of the building. So the SEV of the building is $27,870. So the maximum extent of improvements cannot exceed $13,935. The applicant is provided an outdated value of work that is not accurate today with current construction costs. So in all likelihood, they are over 50% of the state equalized value of improvements with the second floor addition. So there are a couple options for and you can see here the floor plan. Here is the first floor in the center of the screen, and to the left is the second floor, just if that helps anyone as they look at this. So the requested variances are 5 feet on the east and west side lot lines. And member Schlack did bring up the point about the roof overhang. There is a section in the ordinance, Article 5, Section 3, that prohibits roofs, gutters, eaves, and windows, open balconies from encroaching within 5 feet of a side lot line. So as I said, the wall is 5 feet. So the overhang is likely another 6 inches to 1 foot. And that would have to be addressed if the board was inclined to approve the request to make it at least a minimum of 5 feet away, because remember, Article 7, Section 27, subsection 7 of the ordinance prohibits the zoning board of appeals from granting a variance of less than 5 feet on the side for safety reasons. So we have the requested variance on both sides, 5 feet. The front yard setback would be an 8.92 foot variance to allow a 21 foot front yard setback for the second floor. And then we have the variances requested for lot size and lot width. The applicant is present tonight, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, so I mean, just going with that, and the reason that I was asking in the first place, are we even allowed to grant it if it's hanging into the 5 feet, which it sounds like we're not even legally allowed to do it, right? Even if we want to.
Right.
Okay. It looks like a great addition. I mean, for what it's worth. I just want to make sure we're, legally within our bounds.
Thank you, Justin. And for clarification, after having had a discussion with Hannah, I am going to correct what I had said earlier. 20 owners within 300 feet were notified. No letters received in favor, no letters received in opposition, no letters returned non-deliverable by United States mail. We both have double checked the file to make certain that there are no letters in here from the public. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And with that, does anybody have questions of staff besides Nick?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Debbie.
I have a question. I know, Justin, that you said due to what was the current SEV on the property? 12.
The value of the building, the assessed value, $27,870.
So the maximum amount without asking for variance.
$13,935.
And that's what the applicant is stating. They can construct the second floor with a full bathroom and for $13,935.
We previously had an estimate of $12,000. I have talked to the applicant and he did say that is an outdated estimate with construction costs today, the materials, just, roofing, trusses, building a second story. They will likely need a variance for the value. I shouldn't say likely, they will need a variance for the value.
But they're not asking for that variance tonight.
Yeah, that was not requested or published.
So even if everything else was granted, they could not proceed until they asked for another variance, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So that so the SEV 50% piece, is that based on construction costs, or is that based on what the SEV will increase once the construction has been done?
I guess I'm confused by the question. The 50%.
So the 50% cap, right, on the increase in value. Is that the increase in the SEV? It's just construction costs, because
it's an increase. So it's the value of improvement, and we're not assessors, but we do our best.
Of course, yeah.
We do our best to base the value of improvement on what the future SEV could be. So that's why we use the estimate for the work
rather than the estimate for the SEV. Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Any other questions of staff? If not, then will the proponent please state your name and address for the record? And tell us what it is you want us to hear tonight, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you to the board members for hearing this case tonight. I appreciate your time. My name is Bob Swerkos. My address is 2439 Fenton Road. I live in Heartland, Michigan. I did provide, I'm assuming everybody got it, some supporting evidence from a
I don't hear him anymore.
I don't hear him either.
Sounds like we lost you there, Bob. Can you still hear us?
on Oxbow Lake. So what our request is to obviously add the second story there. If you noticed, it was inset somewhat. We had originally wanted to go straight up, but obviously with the setback requirements, we were advised that we're not able to do that, and the board would not be able to even consider that.
Oh, we lost him again.
Bob, if you can hear us, can you have everybody turn off their TVs and their Wi-Fi so we get a better connection with you?
Being able to live in it. The bathroom's so small. I'm a tall guy. The bathroom's so small that I have to kind of stoop over. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, Bob, we missed a bunch. I think Alex is trying to share with you some recommendations right now so we can hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
So can you hear me, Bob?
Yes, sir.
So could you have like your kids and everybody to log off of their Wi-Fi and probably turn off any TVs that are streaming, because we're getting a bad connection with you right now. So usually that's a good step, is to just have them turn off all their cell phones and everything.
Okay, yep, will do. Can you give me 1 second to go get them?
Sure.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you believe we've been doing this for 7 months?
I know.
Can I just put that out there?
I think we'd have it perfected by now.
I couldn't keep a straight face. It's just we're doing our best though, and we're getting business, through. So we're trying our best, and while we're taking a moment to pause, want to thank the board for your willingness to reschedule for a special meeting tonight, and for you're spending your Thursday evening with us. So I really appreciate that. And you have another meeting next week, and we wouldn't be able to have these meetings without our community volunteers. So I just, thank you for your time.
Justin, I don't have a real life anyway, so it's okay.
It's our pleasure. And it's something to do when we're not allowed to get out of the house, right?
Well, I could leave the house.
It's a lot of fun.
Okay, I am back and supposedly everybody's logged off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're moving a little faster on our screen too, so that's good.
Okay, all right, all right.
Can you start
Wonderful.
all over again for us, Bob, please?
I,
so we can
I
hear it
certainly
all?
will. Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. And I'm right by my Wi-Fi, so I don't know, but I'm not technologically savvy. So anyway, again, to begin, I again appreciate everybody taking the time to hear my case tonight, and I will try to keep it short. As was mentioned, our issue obviously is the size of the lot. It's a very small non-conforming lot, like a lot of the lots in the area there. The house is very, very small. It's only about 650 roughly square feet. So the rooms are small, and the bathroom is and kitchen are very, very small. In fact, I'm a tall guy, and to even get into the bathroom, I kind of have to hunch over, and then if you were to sit on the commode, you almost hit your knees. So it's obviously probably a what would be remnant of a summer cottage that was in the area, obviously, in the past. The house is also in very, very rough shape. If any of you had a chance to drive by, which I know, I think people you do that before these meetings, it's in rough shape. So what our proposal is to, fix it up, make it a lot nicer, and then simply bring it up to a reasonable amount of living space. We're not asking to add any additional bedrooms. Again, at 650 square feet, the addition isn't even doubling the size. So, it would bring it up to maybe right around 1,000 or just a little over. I believe I remember looking up somewhere that the township's minimum, for new builds is 1,000 square feet. So this would kind of put it in line, with that number. I've spoken to several of the neighbors, and they were happy to hear that, it was going to be getting fixed up. Obviously, Mr. Powell had to recuse himself because we've contracted with him to look at putting in an engineered septic. So we're looking to, kind of really fix everything up and make it in nice shape here. And it would be a win-win really for everybody involved. It'd be a win for the neighbors. It would bring it more in line with the houses that are in the area. Many of the houses in that area were at one time smaller cottage type houses, just like this still is. Many of them have added second stories, and I'm not sure if those were added before or after the current zoning went into effect, but many of them, do have second stories on them, and so forth. So that's really what our request is about. I know Justin brought up the price on that, and he's absolutely correct. When we price that out this spring, and just to give you a little bit about myself, I'm a retired school teacher. I taught my whole career over at Milford High School there in Huron Valley. And so I've got some time on my hands. I have a friend who's a licensed builder that's going to help me out. And we thought that we could, with me doing a lot of the work and him, obviously with his licensing and taking care of the stuff that needed, we thought that originally when we priced the addition out this spring before COVID, well, it was during COVID, but using prices that were kind of still, at that time on the board, we thought that we would be pretty close with that amount. Subsequently, obviously, the price to build things has gone up dramatically. And so, it is absolutely correct. I mean, this would end up being quite a bit more than what we originally had anticipated. So if the board were to approve my variance request for the setbacks, it appears that I would have to obviously request a variance on the cost. If it was approved, I probably wouldn't be able to get going until next spring now, getting late in the winter and everything. So maybe hopefully the prices of materials would come back down by then. But ultimately though, like I said, we're just trying to take a structure that's really in rough shape, make it livable, make it into a reasonable amount of living space. And like I said, it would be a win-win for everybody.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions of the proponent?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dave.
Have the plans been reviewed by a structural engineer at all?
The plans were done by obviously I guess you call him an architect or whatever, but no, that was one of the things that was communicated to me by the building department, was that if these were if the variance was approved, that they would likely want a structural engineer to review the plans. We were told by, obviously the architect that did it, that he felt that there shouldn't be any issues. They actually came over and looked at the foundation. Obviously being an older house, you would be concerned about, obviously foundation issues. The foundation is actually in very good shape, but I wouldn't.
We lost, Bob, we lost you again.
Hello? We can't hear you.
Bob, we can't hear you.
No,
Alex, oh,
there we are.
there you
You're
go.
back.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what part of the structural engineer question you were able to hear.
How about if you repeat it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the plans were done by an architect. They did come over and take a look at the house prior to, what we had proposed there. They felt that it would be okay. The foundation is obviously what would be an issue on an older house. The foundation in this house is actually in very, very good shape. The building department there at White Lake did express that there might be some concerns about that. And so if this motion was granted, if the appeal were granted, I would not have a problem with having a structural engineer review the plans just to make sure. I certainly would not want to, dump all the money we are into this and have an issue with it.
Thank you.
Is there a particular reason why we didn't have a structural engineer review it?
Well, is it that question for me, I take it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. At the time, the people that I had take a look at it, I had a builder take a look at it, and I had the person that actually drew up the plans take a look at it. And then they consulted with the trust company as well. And all three of them felt that it wouldn't even be an issue. But again, when it was communicated to me by the building department that they would, prefer something like that be done if it were approved, I don't have an issue with that. So at the time, listening to the people that I listened to, they thought that everything would be fine. There wouldn't be any issues with it. But if that's a concern, we would certainly address it.
Thank you. Any other questions of the proponent? With that, then, Alex, I'm prepared to open the public hearing up. Is there anybody in the audience?
All right, we have one caller that's waiting. If you'd like to speak, press *9 to raise your hand, and then I will have you press *6 to unmute. The caller has not raised their hand.
Thank you. With that, then, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board if for any further discussion, questions of the proponent or staff or motion.
Personally, I really I like this idea. I also think that kind of the forced inset of it, due to the lot line, actually might reduce any issue with view lines for neighbors, especially where the property is sitting. We can never guarantee a future vote, and quite frankly, I may be on vacation and not at that meeting. But if something came up about the SEV and the 50% increase, my gut tells me that this actually continues to be an enhancement for the neighborhood, and is not. I don't find that personally to be a concern in the particular situation we're dealing with here. My only concern, and it's the one that Justin and I were kind of batting back and forth, just that overhang. Like, I think this is a really, personally, I think this is a great proposal. I just want to make sure we're not going to approve something that we are not able to approve.
I agree.
I agree.
I mean, and I know it sounds like we're talking about 6 inches maybe to a foot. And I realize running down the entire length of a building, said that starts to add up, but quite frankly, I just want to, if I'm going to vote yes on this, which is my inclination, I just want to make sure that I can do it in a way that, the ball can start rolling, or minus the SEV increase, piece and start rolling. So Justin, the overhang, is it in the 5 feet?
It is. So something that you would need to do if you were so inclined to approve the request is to add a condition that the roof overhang shall not project within 5 feet of the side lot lines.
Which could force the applicant to do a slight shaving off of the building then? Is that basically what would happen?
Yeah, they may have to shave it off 6 inches or a foot on each side.
Mhm. Which I hate to do, but quite frankly, I think this is a good idea.
Well, the way I see it, we're prohibited from.
Yeah, we can't do it. We can't
Right,
do
exactly,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I just think the building is a good idea.
So I have a question. The 5 feet that we're talking about, and the overhang is in the 5 feet. That is on the, and I'm trying to look back and find the plans. That is on the first floor. The second floor is cantilevered in, steps in, correct? And I lost my.
Talking about the second floor, because the first floor is within the 5 feet already. And so, it's already non-conforming, which my gut tells me is the reason that the second floor is cantilevered.
But the current overhang is already in the 5 feet, correct?
So are you looking, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I had found the plans too on mine, so, okay.
So we're just talking about the second story. So, obviously the sides on the first floor on the west side are not 5 feet away. This, if you're looking at this rendering right here, this wall is 5 feet from the side lot line. And if I zoom way in, you can actually see this is 1 feet. The roof is overhanging 1 foot 4 inches into, so that would be 3 feet 8 inches from the side lot line. So that's not a variance the ZBA can grant.
Even though we already have the lower roof in there.
Sorry, what was that, Debbie?
The lower roof, the first floor roof
Is in, you're right, it's in there, but so that's legal non-conforming. Anything new has to meet the ordinance.
Just on that side though, correct? Because we have room on the other side.
Actually, on both sides. So I think it's an issue on both sides, Debbie. Because if you look back up here, the northeast corner is where it would be an issue, but not the southeast corner. Southeast, they've got 13.5 feet, so that there's no problem there. I'm thinking maybe up here, they may actually be okay. They may be at 5 feet, but definitely the west side would be the issue.
Again, we say maybe because we don't have a survey. It looks like he's got a survey here, but that's probably just a mortgage survey.
This is an actual survey. The applicant had a lot survey.
So they would know the exact dimension from the.
Yes, we have exact dimensions. 2.56 feet from the southwest corner to the side lot line, 3.17 feet from the northwest corner of the house to the west side lot line, and 6.22 feet from the northeast corner of the house to the east side lot line. So I don't think the east side would probably be an issue.
Okay.
But definitely the west side would.
So they'd have to bring the entire addition over a foot, 1.4.
Yeah, so if you're looking at this wall here, the whole thing would have to move over so that this point here where my mouse is, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but the edge of the roof, that point there would have to be 5 feet from the side lot line.
Okay.
Yeah, if we were, go ahead, Debbie. No, go ahead, Debbie.
I was going to bring up the structural engineer also, since Bob, you had mentioned that the home was in rough shape, and yes,
Yeah.
it is. And so, and I'm not a structural engineer. I would wonder, can it support a second story? So I guess I would say definitely need a structural engineer to say yes, it can.
Yeah, am I allowed to speak? Or-
Hey, Bob, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I said, I don't want to put, I've already actually put quite a bit of money into the project with getting the survey and the plans for the septic and everything else. And then 2 different, drawing plans that are drawn up. So I certainly don't want to put, money into it and have the thing, obviously structurally fail. So I have no issues on the structural engineering portion of it. The other thing I will point out, just to clarify on the setbacks, is the setback on the side that was in question, really the main issue, and I know this is probably still something you have to consider, but the main issue is down on that front towards the lake right-hand corner, because it actually is not an even setback all the way along there.
Okay. Yeah, our issue is just going to be, I can't speak for others, but if they felt like me, where I think this is a really good idea, we just have to make sure that we're, we just have to be able to do something that we can legally be able to do.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
And then I know your hands are tied on some things, but that's what we.
Yeah.
That's what we tried to do.
So it sounds to me like we're talking about the setback not falling within 5 feet. I'm sorry, the overhang not falling within 5 feet of the setback. And we're also talking about the applicant submitting an affirmative review by a structural engineer that it's going to be safe.
And
That's what I'm hearing.
Another variance request for the greater than 50% of the SCV.
Which it also sounds, if I heard Justin correct, that just might have to be a second thing that comes back to us, right? Since it wasn't publicized.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways that the board could handle it. You could take action on what you have tonight, or you could table it and the applicant can come back and everything can be dealt with concurrently. So
even the SCV piece?
Yep, the whole thing could be dealt with at one time.
And then that
If
way
that's
you
how
wouldn't
you
have
wanted to do it. It's up to the board, how whatever you feel more comfortable with.
Would that make it so he doesn't have to pay another $300 and some fee?
He would have to submit another application fee because we didn't publish that to begin with. So either way, whether we table it or you take the application fee is still going to have to be submitted.
My inclination then, if he has to pay it either way, my inclination is to move ahead with, if people felt so inclined to approve this as well, to approve the things that we can, so that we're giving an indication of which way to go. But Dave, thoughts?
Yes, go ahead.
So my only concern with that is, as a result of perhaps getting a structural engineer and having taken a different view on things, the applicant may take a different tack on the way he wants to approach this. With the SCV and maybe with some suggestions from a structural engineer and a redesign off the off the side lot line, he may on a whole say, you know what, I need to kind of revisit my entire design. If we take action on it, then we're taking action on something that he may want to change once he puts all the facts together. So
that's fair. Yeah.
So I'd be more inclined to table it and let the applicant get more of his, dot the I's and cross the T's and come back and then take a look at everything all at one time. That's my opinion.
Sure.
So I feel also.
I can go with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So was that a motion, Dave?
Yes. Are we
Okay.
ready to do a motion?
Are we ready for a motion, board members?
Mhm.
I see nods. Yes.
Okay, let's see. I move to table the variance request of SLT Properties LLC for parcel number 12-22-427-003 identified as 10201 Joanna K Avenue, to consider statements stated during our committee discussion here specific to the SEV valuation, structural engineer review, side yard setback specific to 5 feet. And it's, colleagues, did I leave anything out?
And just noting the overhang being the concern with the 5-yard setback.
Thank you. And in addition to the overhang specific to the 5-yard setback.
5 foot.
5 foot. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I said 5-yard too, didn't I?
You did.
Bob, it's gonna be a really, really tall house, but
I'm gonna have to
narrow,
lose-
but
I'm gonna have
tall.
to lose some weight.
Yeah, it might start blocking the neighbor's view now.
Do we have a support on that?
I support.
And may we, Hannah, have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Sahar? Yes, for the reasons that I think we have a lot of things to get figured out before we move forward.
Walls,
Yes, for the reasons stated.
Shellac,
Yes, for the reasons stated, and I also want to add that I believe that when this project does come to fruition, that it looks like it will be an improvement to the neighborhood.
Spencer,
Yes, for the same reasons. Okay, then, what I suggest is, Bob, that we're going to table it, get with staff, they'll direct you further, and then be back with us.
All right, thank you for your time tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
Our next case is Richard Vincent, 572 Washington Boulevard, also identified as 1227-403-009. The applicant requests to construct an attached garage to a single family house requiring a variance from Article 3.1.6.e R1D Single Family Residential Front Yard Setback due to the proposed front yard setback. For the record, 26, make sure it's the right one, yep. 26 owners within 300 feet were notified. No letters received in favor, none received in opposition, and none returned by United States mail. And with that,
Before we get into it, I see Mr. Powell's back, but Dave walked away. So we might need to take a 2-minute recess until he comes back.
oh, absolutely, I didn't realize, that's what happens when I'm reading and he walks out of the room on me. Absolutely, we will wait till Dave returns for staff report.
So it was very interesting being shipped off to Mars.
Sorry, Mike.
listening in.
What was it like out there in that little purgatory space?
It's very, very cold.
Very cold. Not a lot of love out there, huh?
Yeah, well, watching on YouTube, there's about a 2-minute delay, and so it just ended. The last one just ended on
Oh.
YouTube, and
Interesting.
so it was interesting.
Oh, but you got to watch it, so that's nice.
I did.
Yeah. That's
Well,
really
we
cool.
missed it, Mike.
I appreciate the deliberation of my colleagues there.
I watched the first one. I thought it was interesting.
Sorry for all the things we would have said about you two when you were gone.
I'm glad you didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna just stand up for a 1-minute break, but I'll be very fast.
Sure.
My wife, is a children's librarian at the Milford Library, so she works Thursday nights until about 8 o'clock. And so
Ah.
I kind of manage the kids for that portion. And like most people right now, we're working most of the time, we're parenting a lot of the time, or grandparenting, and we're also teaching from home while other people are teaching from somewhere else. So
Wow.
it's a world. It's a world.
So we waited for you and now Nick just left the building. But he'll be right back. He's just checking on the kids.
I'll take a moment just to say we had our Stanley Park master plan public visioning session last night, and Mr. Powell was there, and we had a fantastic turnout. I think we had almost 60 people there.
Wow.
Mr. Powell, and it was we had it at the Holly Park Pavilion, and we had a really great dialogue, and we had different visioning exercises to get people to provide input on what they'd like to see at the park. So anyone who's out there watching on YouTube, there will be a survey up on the township website. If you weren't able to make it to the visioning session, if you'd like to give your input on what's happening at Stanley Park or what you'd like to see. So I just thought I'd take a minute while we were taking a brief pause to shout out Stanley Park and the great property that the township was fortunate enough to acquire with a trust fund grant.
Wow. Good job. And I see Nick is back with us. So called case. So staff, would you like to give your report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just... I don't know if you guys like the screen sharing method.
I do.
Yes, this is really
Okay.
helpful. Thank you.
So this property is located at 572 Washington Boulevard. It's located within the Cedar View subdivision and zoned R1C, which is single family residential. This property is just over 4/10 of an acre in size. This property is a corner lot, and it does have frontage on DeGrand Drive. The existing house on the property is approximately 1,600 square feet in size and utilizes a private well for water and a private septic system for sanitation. The applicant tonight is proposing to construct a garage, which would be connected to the house with a breezeway. And on the plan, and I'm going to try to rotate this, but I don't know if I have that capability in the program that I'm in. Oops. So you're looking at, so north would be to the right. So west is at the top of the monitor. This is the existing house on the property here where my cursor is. And then to the west of the house is a detached garage. And the existing garage is about 600 square feet in size. It is non-conforming. It doesn't meet the front yard setback, which is 35 feet in the R1C zoning district. And what I will do is, so DeGrand is to the south, and then Washington is to the east. So this page here, I know it's hard to see, but to the left, so now we're looking to the north. So the house is over here to the east, the existing house. To the west, this structure here is 30 feet by 40 feet in size. That's 1,200 square feet. It would be a 4-car garage, and it would be attached to the house with a breezeway. And that breezeway is 10 feet, 8 inches by 15.5 feet in size. That's about 165 square feet. So either way, whether the garage is attached to the house or detached, it still has to meet, oh, 1 second.
Hey, we just have clarification on a few, on one particular item here. So Joe will be back in a minute. She's clarifying some comments that were made in the staff plan report to make sure that it's correct. So while Joe and Justin take care of that small business item, it should be only a few minutes.
We're all set. So Joe should be working her way back.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thanks, Dave.
So like I said, this, whether the house is attached or the garage is attached or detached to the house, the 35-foot setback applies in the same manner. So I don't see it included in your packet here. But the applicant stated that the proposed setback would be in line with the existing front face of the garage. So that would be 26 feet, and with a 35-foot setback, a 9-foot variance is being requested. One of the things that we noted in your staff report was the submitted plan that's showing the shape and dimension of the property. So that would be this page that you're seeing before you, is not drawn to scale. You see in the corner 1 inch equals 30 feet. It doesn't scale at that size. So I tried to scale it and could not. And the existing structures are not drawn to scale. So if the board is so inclined to approve the request, staff recommends that condition B included requiring a survey to verify the location of the front property line. With that, the applicant is present tonight, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Does anybody have questions for staff before we turn it over to the proponent? Then, if,
I do, sorry.
okay, that's all right, go ahead.
Do we have well and septic location? I don't see it on this drawing.
No, we don't have it. I believe the applicant said the septic was behind the house, and I think he can clarify that. I think we had a verbal conversation, and he said it was behind the house, so it would be on the north side of the property.
And I think he's even got something that he can show us, because he just picked up a piece of paper.
Yeah.
So if there are no other questions, then Mr. Vincent, if you're on.
I think I'm on.
Yes, no, I mean,
Oh.
you're literally up to bat.
Okay, I'm up to bed. Well, I mean, actually, I'm just looking to replace my dilapidated garage. And at the same time, make it larger. At the time, I really didn't know about the variance, but I'm looking to put the front of it in the same place as the old one. So I'm not looking to go closer to the road. I'm actually looking to put it exactly where the old one's at, which has been there since 1953. Like I said, I think also in my packet, I had a letter. I went around and had all my neighbors sign all kind of stuff, and I turned that into, I believe Justin had it. And everybody is in agreement that they would see a great improvement with this replace this old garage. That's about it. I mean, I do have another piece of paper that I did turn into with my packet. It's probably hard to see there, but I showed where my septic tank was 22 feet behind the garage. But I do got a really nice oak tree that's roughly 20 feet behind the garage. If I back it up too far, I'd be getting pretty close to the oak tree, which I really hate to interfere with it. So, I mean, basically, I just kind of like to build this new garage and keep the front end where it's at, where it has been all these years. And that's about it, I guess.
Okay, any questions of the proponent? Mike?
Yes, Richard, thank you for coming. You may have addressed my concern, and one of the issues, it's our job to not grant a variance. And if we do grant one, that it be the least amount of a variance that we believe is necessary to accomplish the goal. And just a word to Justin, when he said the septic field's behind the house.
It's actually behind the garage.
There's two behinds. And so
yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's probably to the west, correct?
It's behind the garage, not the house.
Okay, when you say behind, to the north of the garage or to the west of the garage?
To the north, I apologize.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem. So ideally, Mr. Vincent, it'd be great if you could move the garage back 9 feet. And that way you don't need a variance. You still have the same garage, and But it sounds as though, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the only thing I heard from you is that there's an oak tree back there that you'd have to take down.
I wouldn't necessarily have to take it down, but I'd like to stay away from it as much as possible. I mean, I did revise my plans a little bit, and I could probably get away backing it up 4 to 6 feet and still do what I want to do. Plus I didn't want to bring my, I want the roof lines to be offset for aesthetics look. As far as, I mean, it also look really funny if I back the garage up to meet the north end of my house. So I wanted to keep that offset so I could put a little porch throughout. There was going to be a back door to my breezeway. And I don't want the porch to extend beyond the existing house. I'd like to keep it in like a little cubby hole in there. So, you know, I mean, that's the only thing that's really out of variance is the front of the, actually that's the side of my house. Well, I guess I'm on a corner lot, so it doesn't make any difference. So, yeah. So I'm asking if you could allow me to have a variance that doesn't quite go all the way back to the 9 feet.
Do you?
And I was going to clarify to Mike's point. The north side is actually the side yard. So Mike, you were correct. The west side of the property is the rear yard.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yep. Which I got a lot of feet going that way. So
I have a question. How far back from the existing garage or the new side of the new garage will the septic tank be? If that's located to the north of the existing garage?
Right now, the existing garage is 25 feet from my septic tank.
Okay, and that's where the new back wall or that north wall of the garage would be?
If I move the garage back, I'll be moving towards the septic tank, yes.
So the Oakland County Health Department requirement, and we might want to take this into account. Yeah, we wouldn't want him to have to push the garage closer than 10 feet to that septic tank.
Right, that's what I was.
Great question, Debbie.
That's what I was getting at, the 10 feet.
Yep.
Well,
it sounds like there might be room to go back then 9 feet and still be 15 feet away from the edge of the setback for the county health department's requirement.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to allowing for a slight variance request because I'm kind of leaning with Mr. Vincent that the architecture of the home will certainly be a lot better if the garage were jogged a little bit towards the road. Otherwise, it looked much like a barracks. And from an architectural standpoint, I like the idea of somewhat of a jog.
That's what I'm hoping for.
So a clarification that I have from Mr. Vincent. So the current garage is essentially it's going away and it's going to become kind of the breezeway and the new garage, kind of, right? Is that what I'm? Just because when I was trying to take a look at it, I want to make sure that I'm visually seeing on paper what I'm also seeing in person.
Yeah, the wall facing the house.
Yeah.
Will be in the exact spot.
Can I jump in, Mr. Shellac, just to kind of clarify what? So right now the existing garage is 10 feet away from the house, and so this east side wall here is this wall here.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Now it does. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Because I know it's detached, but it's so the breezeway.
The breezeway is going right in here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions? If not, Alex, is there anybody in the public waiting on this case?
We have one caller that's waiting. Press *9 if you'd like to raise your hand on this. Caller has not raised their hand.
Thank you, Alex, and I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration, discussion, or a motion.
So upon going out and reviewing the site, I did have this brief discussion with the applicant, and it's certainly the garage is in a deteriorated state, and it will be an improvement. You know, another item is, you know, again, you know, when we're looking at granting variances, and you know, I understand this case. In this particular case, it may not be a major point, but it's not state or mark for review, but it's perhaps less of a concern in this particular case. But it is certainly agree with the applicant that is in need of this repair.
Any other comments?
I have a question for Justin. Since this is a corner, we have 2 front setbacks instead of a side yard setback.
Correct. And let me put my screen back up. So here is DeGrand to the south and Washington to the east. So this is a front yard, and once the garage is attached to the house, this is a front yard. So the side yard, obviously it's going to be the smaller yard space, or else this would be a non-conforming rear yard to the north. So the north is the side yard and the west is the rear yard.
What is the side yard setback if this were a side yard? Just out of curiosity.
10 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And I say it with every case, and I forgot to say it with this one. Article 7, Section 37 of the ordinance lists the standards that the Zoning Board of Appeals has to review in considering a variance request, and that was attached to your staff report for consideration.
Thank you. Board members? What's your pleasure?
I'm inclined to approve this, but I'm also flexible about moving it a little bit further back from the road. I do believe it will. I mean, it's a prime example of improving the house, improving the neighborhood. I can't be argued differently on that one, but yeah, in terms of the proximity from the road, it does seem like there's a little bit of wiggle room.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
You may.
If the board was inclined to modify the front yard setback, a potential rationale could be 30 feet to be consistent with R1D standards. So you're modifying from R1C to R1D. You don't have to do that, but that would be something that could be rationalized.
Well, besides that, and I appreciate that, Justin, very much. I think that aesthetics of the neighborhood is every bit as important as to the checkbox of a setback requirement. And so I like the logic there, Justin. And if we granted a variance of 5 feet instead of 9 feet, it virtually gives the applicant everything that he's looking for, still maintains a bigger setback than existing, and really would enhance the architecture of the building and the breezeway to the house. So there's a lot of logic there, Justin.
That must be why they pay him the big bucks, right?
Yeah, that's right.
If that was a motion that you wanted to make eventually, Mike, I might approve it. I might agree.
Well, all right, then I will take a shot at it. Madam Chairman, I move to grant a variance from Article 3.1.5 E, front yard setback, which is a standard 35-foot setback, grant a 5-foot variance resulting in a 30-foot front yard setback along DeGrand, due to the hardship of this being a corner lot and to maintain the a pleasing architectural facade along DeGrand.
Thank you. Do we have a support?
And Madam Chair, I support.
Do you
Thank
want to, do you want to consider the conditions listed in your staff report for approval?
Yes, thank you very much. I also add, Madam Chairman, to require the applicant to obtain all necessary permits from the White Lake Township Building Department and the requirement of a survey just to verify that the setback is at 30 feet instead of something less to prevent a problem in the future.
And Madam Chair, I thought I was seconding exactly what he just said, so it's all
Well,
good.
by golly, you've done it now. So with that, Hannah, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Powell,
Yes, I believe there's a practical difficulty here, and to maintain the uniformity in the neighborhood, I believe that the setback is warranted.
Shellac,
Yes, for the reasons stated, and I believe it's going to be aesthetically pleasing and an improvement to the neighborhood.
Walls,
Yes, I believe a hardship exists with the lot due to challenging conditions.
Spencer,
Yes, for all the same reasons.
DeHart,
Yes, for all the reasons stated.
Thank you. You have your variance, sir.
I thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep, give staff a couple of days to get a rough draft copy of the minutes to you. Then you'll need to take that to the building department.
Okay, we're talking about like the official survey. I did find two of the monuments and like measured off of that, kind of prove, like I had this, the satellite thing there, and it's, I find this one to be off just a little bit. I can. But anyways,
Yeah,
so you got-
Mr. Vincent, you know what and we can talk about this tomorrow, but something that could be more cost effective is just having that side, the south side lot line surveyed. So you wouldn't have to survey the whole property necessarily, just have
Okay.
that line identified.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, calling the next case. Is David Nellist, 10697 Castlewood, also identified as 12-34-151-004. The applicant requests to construct a single-family house requiring variances from Article 3.1.6.E R1D, single-family residential, side yard setback, and Article 3.11.Q, water features setback due to the proposed building setbacks from the water's edge. Variances from Article 3.1.6.E R1D, single-family residential, minimum lot area and minimum lot width are also required. For the record, 11 owners within 300 feet were notified. No letters received in favor, none received in opposition, and none returned by United States mail. And with that, may we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is Mr. Nellist, and he's proposing to construct a new house on an undeveloped parcel. This property is addressed as 10697 Castlewood Drive. It's just under a 1/4 acre in size. It's located on Sugden Lake and zoned R1D, which is single family residential. The parcel is non-conforming due to a 2,000 square foot deficiency in lot area. So the R1D zoning district requires 12,000 square feet minimum lot size. This parcel is approximately 10,000 square feet in size. There is also a deficiency in lot width. This property is 66 feet wide at the street line, and the R1D zoning district requires a minimum of 80 feet at the street line. So the screen shows on the right side the proposed house by the applicant. and that's approximately 1,760 square feet in size. It is a single-story house, and there is a 220 square foot accessory structure to the north of the house. This property, as I mentioned, is located on Sugden Lake, so the lake is to the south down here, but there is also a canal for the lake that runs along the west side of the property, and this black line is indicating the general location of the water line. Article 3, Section 11, subsection Q of the zoning ordinance states no building shall be located closer than 25 feet to any regulated wetland, watercourse, pond, stream, lake, or like body of water. The proposed house would be located 10.96 feet from the edge of the Sugden Lake Canal to the west. So that is, I'll try to zoom in here and tell me if you can see it. That's at this point here where my cursor is, 10.96 feet. And the proposed deck to the south at this corner here would be located 5 feet from the water's edge. So the applicant is seeking a variance to encroach 20 feet into the water feature setback. The accessory structure to the north, that also would be located 11.79 feet from the water's edge. So part of this is granting a variance for that. And then another issue that has come into play, the proposed side yard setback on the east, the applicant's identified at 5.5 feet. However, the roof overhang is within 5 feet of the side property line. Again, Article 5, Section 3 of the zoning ordinance prohibits roofs, gutters, windows, and open balconies from projecting closer than 5 feet to a lot line. So this roof overhang would be about 3 feet from the east side lot line. Again, Article 7, Section 27, subsection 7 prohibits the zoning board of appeals from granting a variance of less than 5 feet for safety reasons. So if you were inclined to approve the request, a couple of conditions that you may want to consider: prohibiting the 5 foot encroachment for a roof overhang into the east side yard setback. And then as well, the water's edge on the west side of the property is considered the side lot line. So the roof overhang should not be within 5 feet of the water's edge. And then a current survey should be submitted at the time of reapplication for a building permit. There was a survey that this was based on, that this architectural drawing was based on, that was done in the late 90s. And I believe the water level has shifted since that time. So I don't know the accuracy of this black line and the water level. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Again, the applicant is present tonight, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of staff?
I
Go
do. Is that really a canal?
It is, and I can try to do an aerial if you would like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I'm just looking at the wrong picture. It just seems more like a
Swamp.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you okay? If you bear with me here.
While you're doing that, Justin, can you tell us why your opinion, the township's position is that the water's edge is in fact the property line?
Sure. So, Mr. Powell, if you're looking at the aerial photo, the subject, can you see that? The subject site is ringed in red.
Yes.
And so the rear property line is, out here in the water. So when we're calculating lot area, we don't calculate this area out here in the water because that's not usable, buildable area. Same with this side lot line. Again, the aerial photo is shifted, but the water's while the lot line may be here in red, the water's edge is, east of that side lot line. So that's not usable area that they should be able to count towards lot coverage. So the side lot line, the way we've always measured setbacks from a lake, in the rear is the water's edge if the property line was platted out into the water.
All right, just for information for my colleagues, it was probably 25 years ago or so, the state of Michigan in their wisdom decided that they would pass a law that says all bottomlands of lakes would be the property of the state of Michigan. So if the lake were to dry up, Justin is correct, the property line would go back to where that red line is. With the water there, the legal property line is the water's edge. And in a modern plat, it actually would state the property goes to the water's edge. So we're not allowed to plat out into the water anymore. So that's just a bit of information for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
So Justin, this is a canal.
Right. So it's, I called it a canal. It's, obviously I'm zooming way out, but, here's the lake. Here's the lake. This is, obviously this was man-made at some point, in my opinion.
Well, that's my question, because I know a channel is God-made, a canal is human-made. So I'm looking at it, and what I'm struggling with is it a canal, or is it actually, is this property on top of fill? Is it filled out?
I can't answer that question, but the way I would look at it, and maybe I should not have used the term canal.
No worries. I'm just batting it around a little.
No, the ordinance is kind of flexible. The water feature setback, it says any regulated wetland, submerged land, water course, pond, stream, lake, or like body of water. So I would, Sugden Lake is a regulated lake. And this this canal, this portion here is accessory to it, but it's still a part of that body of water.
Okay.
So it is under the ordinance, it would be regulated.
Okay.
And just back to that picture, that vacant parcel to the west and north of that property is saying that they have lake frontage on Sugden Lake by way of that water access.
Actually, let me turn this on for a second, because, hold on, bear with me for 1 minute.
No, this is helpful. Thank you.
So this property that Debbie is referencing, is correct. You're correct. So you can see this is about a 70-acre parcel, and they are.
Wow.
You're correct that would be their lake frontage.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions of staff?
I have a question of staff.
Sure.
Can we go back to that one picture again of the that lot line along the line of the water feature setback, Justin, please?
On the architectural drawing?
No, that was just up.
Yes, sir.
Popular photo.
So how is it defined thank you, that's real good. If it's along that area, if it's like marshy and soggy, it's kind of marsh as you go, let's say, make sure the orientation would be this way. That would be to the
west.
Closer, I think that would be to the west. That'd be right. Let's see.
Yeah, the canal is to the west of the lot.
Yeah, so
West.
Right, so going to the east then. Because it seemed like that, when we're talking water feature setback, that it was rather soggy out there.
Yeah, and if I could address that, Mr. Walls, there is not a seawall along this canal edge where my cursor is. So that's why I'm saying over time, like I said, the original survey that was done in 97 that this black line is based on for a water's edge. I think that's shifted over the years because, you know, the water recedes and, you know, encroaches more onto the property, and there, you know, there's been erosion over time. You're probably right that the integrity of this land, you know, where my cursor is, could be questionable.
And I'm sorry, you may have mentioned this before. How's that lake level controlled?
I don't believe it's a controlled lake level. This lake is not controlled.
I don't think a right angle like that is usually carved by a glacier either.
Yeah, and that's why I said this canal was probably man-made at some point.
Which leads me back to, this is, I think the property we're talking about might have been filled in. Just looking at it.
Mr. Schlack, it very well could, there could have very well been some fill brought in onto this property.
It's just a thought, you know.
So question for staff. So does that mean that water feature setback may be more or less than 5 feet?
Yeah, what I am saying is that this black line in 1997 or 1999, when the survey was done, that was where the water was. The water could be farther to the west, it could be farther to the east, and then there'd be less of a setback if it was farther to the east. You know, over 25 years of, you know, winters and rain and, you know, the climate conditions, that all affects the lake level. Even though it's not a controlled lake, the natural environmental factors over 25 years, a quarter century, could play, could come into play here with what the actual level of the lake is. And I'm no marine biologist, but I hope that sufficed for a technical explanation.
Thank you.
I have a question. Were there ever soil borings done on this parcel?
Not to my knowledge.
Good question. Any additional questions of staff? If not, I will invite the proponent to state his name and address for the record, please, and then let us have a discussion.
Madam Chairman, thank you for allowing myself and the architect to be on this meeting this evening. For the rest of the staff, thank you for your consideration for being here. Really appreciate it. My name is David Nellist. My address is 301 South Silvery Lane, Dearborn, Michigan. I wanted to say a couple of things, and then I would like to ask for permission to bring the architect into the discussion. That's James Nellist. He is with us at the moment because he can answer many of the questions that I think you've shared tonight. I think one of the major things is that there is a permit for a seawall along the side of the property. There's an existing permit for a seawall. And the person that holds that permit his name is Nick Page. He's a local contractor that's done many seawalls on the lake there. And I'm in discussion with him at the moment to look at putting a seawall all down the side of the canal and then to bring it round to the front to stop any further erosion of the property. So I just wanted you to know that there is a permit out there that's been given. Secondly, I can let the architect, if he give us permission to do that, he can answer more questions than I can, but we haven't had a soil boring done yet. And of course, we intend to have a soil boring and to have a new survey of the property. We wanted to come before yourselves, first of all, to look at what we're proposing before we go ahead with those next steps. But if I may be allowed, Madam Chairman, to bring the architect in, he's with us at the moment. His name is James Nellist, if he could speak.
Absolutely, he can. James, go right for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thanks to the rest of the board. My name is James Nellist. My address is 1331 Cornell Drive Southeast in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49506. First, I just wanted to state for the record, I'm not a licensed architect. I'm an architectural designer, which means I'm close to being a licensed architect. But I also currently teach architecture at Ferris State University. So David is correct. There's a permit out there for a seawall. I myself went out with our contractor to lay the stakes out for the site for where this proposed residence should be. And from what we can tell, we located 2 of the survey existing pins and laid 2 of the lot lines out from there and brought the building out from that. And from what I can tell, if there is erosion from the canal edge, it must be very minimal because the proposed residence that we staked out matched the plot we had very, very well. I'll just say architecturally, it's a very skinny site. It's a ranch, so it's a 30-foot wide ranch, which is about the minimum distance you really want to design for, width for a ranch to be comfortably. And I tried to balance out the concerns of the water and the concerns of the neighbor who we have a good rapport with and is okay with, this 5-foot encroachment. I tried to balance that out architecturally so that we didn't encroach further on one than the other visually and, as far as safety as well. The canal, as far as we can tell too, it looks man-made. It's sort of a mess. It has some broken down poles in it, lots of trees laying in there, and it's 1 foot to 2 foot deep maximum. So I can only assume that us being on the edge there would enhance at least this canal. It's certainly not used. It is kind of more of a swamp, as was stated. I think I'll leave it at that and hand it back over to the board.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for either the proponent or his architect? Architect to be?
I know it surprises you, but I have a couple.
Oh, no, Mike.
Circle your date on your calendar.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the applicant very much for the stakeout. It was definitely done professionally, and if we could have stakeouts like that on all our projects, it would assist us very much. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I was very impressed that the house is almost designed for this lot. You've got the front yard setback, or the lakeside setback, to where you're not encroaching in the front yard view of the lake from the neighbor. I did have a question regarding the soil borings because, and it's not germane to our deliberations, but it would tell me whether or not that lot was created by filling or whether it was naturally occurring. So that would have helped me out a little bit. But I had a question for you, maybe a little more technical, and maybe you don't even know it. This particular area was just recently enhanced with sanitary sewers. Otherwise, this lot would not be at all considered buildable. And what I'm wondering is whether or not this lot was included in the special assessment district as a buildable lot, and whether or not it's been whether the sanitary sewer has been being paid for over time or not. I only hear crickets.
Yeah, well, that was my brain thinking. Justin, do you have any comment on that?
I don't. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
The reason why I'm asking, obviously, during a special assessment district, lots are determined whether they're buildable or not. If they're buildable, then they're assessed as part of the special assessment district. If they're not, then they're not included in the SAD, and they did not participate in the payment of that sanitary sewer. Now, our ordinance our ordinance allows for that to be reconsidered in that there is a lateral benefit charge for those that didn't help put the sewer in, help pay for the sewer. So eventually the township gets paid back for their share of sanitary sewer that they didn't pay for. But it would have helped me understand whether the township had already considered this a buildable site or not in the past. So doesn't sound like we have anyone that can answer that question. The next question I had, and it would be helpful as well from a architectural aesthetics, and then also a fire department issue. Do we know what the setback is between the property line and the home to the east?
The home to the east is, I'm looking at an aerial photo.
Remember what I think of those aerial photos.
Yeah,
but,
I know, but it might be 5 feet.
What's the assuming it was
4 yards.
Assuming it was put in per ordinance, what would that setback be?
Between the two structures?
No, the side yard setback from the for the property to the east.
10 feet.
10 feet. So we would be looking at a 15-foot 6-inch setback if in fact that building is set back 10 feet.
Correct.
Could I just share that the neighbour who, Madam Chairman, that the neighbour that owns the property to the east of our property is actually online with us, I think, on the phone, and might be able to share that.
Oh, well,
When we get to the public hearing, that would be very helpful.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, you're fine. Thank you.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Mm.
This is going to be a very unique discussion amongst us. Standing out there, I can see why someone would want their home there. It's really a dynamic view of the lake, and for a guy that grew up on the lake or on a lake, it would be very helpful. So, I'll be interested in hearing what the neighbors have to say. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome. Any other questions of the applicant and the architect? If not,
Did I say one?
sure, absolutely.
Regarding the sewer, I called the city about the water, so it'd be well water, and she did say it was sewer, but would require a grinder pump. I don't know if that is any indication of whether or not it is participating in the sewer.
No, it's a low pressure sewer system, so I'm very familiar with that. And everybody down there will have a grinder pump to connect to the sanitary sewer. So that would be certainly required. It's more of a payback. It's more of a legal issue than a practical technical issue. So thank you, James.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, if I
Yes.
may be allowed to speak,
Yes.
it was just about the soil boring. I remembered when we bought the property, the previous owner he actually did have a soil boring on the property done about 15 or 20 years ago. And after we bought the property from him for quite a considerable sum of money, he offered to sell me the soil boring instead of giving it to me.
Oh.
Yeah, for quite a few $1,000s. So I refused simply because I thought it would be better to have an up-to-date soil boring on it. But what he did actually, what he did actually tell me is that he said it's solid about 25 to 30 feet down. That's what the results of the soil boring were. Now, I've not got that in front of me, and we need to have that to share that with you. But I just wanted to share that with you. I didn't buy it off him after I'd spent a lot of money on the property. But that's what he told me. He said it's solid about 25 to 30 feet down, because I know this question is that land we've got just landfill, or is it? Because it's adjacent to the canal, and I don't know when the canal was dug out, in the 20s or 40s or something, but it's obviously been dug out. And anyway, I just wanted to share that about the previous owner's reflections on the on the soil boring. So
I think you were very wise. James is going to want to know what the current soil boring is, because the design of the footings and the pilings are going to be dependent on that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Alex, can you see if there's anybody from the public? I understand that we do have at least one person present.
Yes, so we have two callers, so plus *9 to raise your hand, and then I will ask you to unmute, and you will press *6 to unmute. And we do have one that is 3854, and I will ask you to unmute, and then you will press *6. And you are there.
Hi, welcome to our meeting. Just for the record, could you please state your name and address and then let us know your thoughts on this request in front of us this evening? Hello?
3854.
Caller on the phone, we can hear you. Would you like to share something with us?
I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing sound.
Last number 3854. You're on the phone.
Oh, 3854, that's me. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right.
We just need your name and address for the record, please, and then whatever it is that you want to share with us, we appreciate.
Okay, it's Donald McEwen, McCuean, 10687 Castlewood Drive, White Lake. I'm the house right to the east of the property.
Okay.
And I can fill you in on a couple of the questions that you had as far as the sewer.
Sure.
The previous owner did pay the $5,000 some to tie in, to have it, when everybody had to be assessed that money. He told me he had to pay that also.
Thank you for that. Is there anything else?
And
Go ahead.
as far as the setback, I did get a variance. I have a 5-foot variance from our lot line on that side of the property also. Actually, I have it on both sides, but
For a final total of 5 feet from the lot line. Is that correct?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And that's only out at the road, basically, because the house is built at an angle because of the existing footings that we're in. And so at the lake side, I'm almost like 10 feet or 11 feet. And every house down here is built at an angle on the property for some reason.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to add?
I have no problems with, granting, the 5-foot setback or giving my okay for it.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that, Donald.
All right.
Alex, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to be heard?
That is the only caller that we have waiting.
Thank you. Then with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for questions, comments. The proponent and his architect are also feel free to make any additional comments based on the public hearing comment.
I'm glad to, Madam Chair, I'm glad to hear that the applicant is in the works for a seawall along the canal there. Along that section, the whole lot line area, that was a concern of mine.
Yes, I agree.
You're going to want to speak up a little more, Dave. You almost faded away on us there just for a second. So
I was mentioning, I was glad to hear that the applicant engaged professional design engineers for a seawall along the eastern property line there along the site. That was a concern of mine.
I agree.
Yeah, and for the board members, Dave and Hannah and I are all in the same room together, so their mics are turned off.
No, we can hear him if he speaks up.
Yeah,
We're good.
okay, just so you know. I didn't want to be alone tonight.
Could someone explain to me what the little building is for labeled number 11 there to the north?
Yes, I'd like to explain. It's actually a carport. It's a carport.
Okay.
11 is specifically just a little workroom, so it'd be completely enclosed. And then just to the north of that, where you have that wall continuing and then going over to the east, that's the carport wall that continues up from that.
Can I ask why the building can't be moved to the east to meet the 25-foot setback?
The entire house?
The accessory building.
Oh, we wanted room to be able to come in and, you know, we want to require turning radius to turn in with a vehicle and then come into the carport. Instead of, you know, if it was moved further east, you might have to circulate all the way around. Yeah, and it just seemed like a really awkward design circulation problem in a vehicle to have to maneuver around there.
It just seems like there could be some type of reconfiguration of this where it's out of the setback.
In like almost pivoting it 90 degrees or something?
Yeah, have it, you know, parallel to the water's edge, you know, this way.
Sure.
Just something for the board to consider. I mean, we got to look at alternatives to get as close to compliance with the ordinance as possible. You know, another question, this deck is awfully large, and when we're talking about encroaching into a setback, you know, this side deck could be reduced in size to get a greater setback from the water's edge to the west. Just something for the board to consider.
Did we close the public? Yeah, you did, Madam
I
Chairman.
did. Yes, I did.
So my personal opinion is that the technical issues, and I appreciated the neighbor very much chiming in, because the issue of the sanitary sewer and then his agreement with the setback and the house being there means a great deal to me. Justin, I'm not nearly as concerned of the setback from the subaqueous area there as you might be, and the building, because there's no neighbor there, and so quite frankly, the living quarters will be dynamic looking at that canal from the deck area there, and then the accessory structure to the back, I kind of like it turned more that way, because when you're coming down the street, it will disappear more having the smaller side towards the street, and you'll still look straight ahead into the canal and into the woods there to the west. And so it doesn't bother me nearly as much. I totally understand what you're talking about, Justin, in that we like to have the least setback as possible. I'm more concerned of setbacks from property lines that are going to impact people than this one. As you pointed out, we had a really good attendance at our park meeting last night. And one of the things was people were looking for maybe boardwalks through the wetlands and through the subaqueous areas to be able to maybe experience the wildlife and the wetlands a little bit more. And I almost think the deck will protect the wetlands more than a yard would there. So I'm just talking out loud for my colleagues.
Sure, and I'm not trying, you know, please don't misconstrue my comment as trying to advocate for anything. I'm totally neutral and don't have a position any which way.
Right.
Personally, I'm feeling really good about this project. The only thing I'm just not going to refer to it as a canal.
Yeah,
I'm just going to call it an inlet. But that's my own being stubborn German, you know. But
yeah,
but no, I'm very appreciative of what's been done here, and truly, as I've looked at this and reviewed it, I really can't imagine how else this could be done. So I think it's just a really spot on type of project.
It seems to be beautifully designed for the ambiance of the lot, and really taken into account the adjacent neighbor. The
Yeah.
house doesn't go further than the neighbor's house, and the deck doesn't even go out as far as the existing deck to the east. So I'm kind of leaning your way there, Nick.
Yeah.
Do we still?
Whether it's a canal or an inlet, we're still leaning the right way on the vote, right?
Yeah.
Same way.
Do we still have the issue of we can't grant a variance in the 5 feet in the setback? We're over, the overhang is into the 5-foot setback. Are we still stuck
I
with
think
that?
you're right, Debbie. I think you're right.
Yeah.
We cannot, they're gonna have to redesign that overhang.
That's what I thought. Because we can't do anything with that.
Correct. May I ask the applicant another question, and maybe Mr. Nellis Jr. Would know this. Is there a floodplain on Sugden Lake?
There's not, no. Not as far as our property is concerned, no.
Okay, because obviously you're going to want to be very careful. You're right on this area, and the FEMA requires your finished floor and the lowest opening to be at least 1 foot above the floodplain. And otherwise you're going to be paying floodplain insurance, flood insurance on the structure. So your surveyor is going to need to determine that for you so that you can set the finished floor at the proper elevation.
Yes, correct. Yes, I appreciate that concern. I think the idea was, I do have it up, I think 4 feet right now, with the crawl space at grade, and then graded up to 4 feet to the finished floor. And then, so the idea was we'd come to the zoning board first, see what was possible here on the site, see if our ideal design could get through, and then we go ahead and do the professional survey, tell us all those things, go ahead and do the professional boarding. So I have those lined up, ready to roll. So yeah, I appreciate that concern.
Yeah, the planner pulled up the Oakland County aerial and it's really just a schematic guess as to where that floodplain is, but it encroaches just minorly into the lot, the way Oakland County perceives it anyway. So thank you, Justin, for showing that.
Yeah, if I may say as well, thank you so much for raising that question, because it's a big issue, because we looked at one property a few years ago that was flooded in the winter, so we don't want anything like that. We did check the FEMA flood map, and as you said, you know, there's just a very, very slight on that property. The lake itself is filled from a creek that comes in from Bogey Lake to the west of Sugden Lake, more to the southeast of Sugden Lake. And it's marked on the FEMA flood map as Sugden Creek, and it travels all across east to the eastern side of Sugden Lake. And that's really where the floodplain is, because in the winter, the back of the homes, because that's where the creek runs out, you know, is part of the Huron watershed, of course. That's where it floods quite a lot in the winter, you know, in the spring, really, in that area. Yeah, so thank you for raising that. It's a very big issue, and we need to be mindful of it.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, board members,
Well, what can we do can we approve so many of the variances, but we can't approve the one with the 5 feet of the overhang?
Yeah, they'll have to redesign that, Debbie. You're right.
Yeah.
So we can approve this. This is a question for staff. We could approve this with the stipulation of a redesign of the overhang not to encroach.
Sure. If you look at the options in the staff report for approval, condition number 2, in no event shall the projection of the roof overhang be closer than 5 feet to the east side lot line or 5 feet to the water's edge to the west. You can do what you want with that language.
Yeah. I'm fine with that language.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, So we talked about a soil boring. We talked about a seawall. I mean, those things sound like they're going to happen. Do we need to put them into the motion?
No, I'm thinking that that's a building permit issue. So, and the reason why it's a little bit tricky to include that, the Eagle used to be DEQ. Eagle is going to determine where the base of that seawall is going to be. So Justin and the building department and the surveyor are going to determine where the edge of the water is based upon it when the building permit's being requested. So if they have the seawall in, that's going to be different than maybe where it is in the high time of the winter or the spring. So I think we ought to just leave that for the building department and the planning department to worry about.
Well, I'm comfortable making a motion then.
Please do.
Yes, please do, Nick.
I move to approve the variances requested by David Nellis from Article 3.1.6.e of the zoning ordinance for parcel number 12-34-151-004, identified as 10697 Castlewood Drive, in order to construct a new home that would encroach 20 feet into the required water feature setback and 5 feet into the required side yard setback. A 14-foot variance from the required lot width and 2,000 square foot variance from the required lot size are also granted from Article 3.1.6.e. This approval will have the following conditions. 1, the applicant shall obtain all necessary permits from the White Lake Township Building Department. 2, in no event shall the projection of the roof overhang be closer than 5 feet to the east side lot line or 5 feet to the water's edge to the west. 3, a current survey shall be submitted at the time of reapplication for a building permit.
Before anybody seconds that, Nicholas, would you be willing to add that the floodplain be determined to make sure that the finished floor elevation is at least 1 foot above the floodplain?
So that would be my number 4. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have a support?
I'll support.
Thank you, Debbie. May we have a roll call, Hannah?
Shalack,
I vote yes. I do believe that this is going to be an, a nice addition to the neighborhood. I'm very comforted by the fact that there's going to be a seawall next to the inlet. That's going to be there. Yeah, I do believe this is going to be really a nice addition.
DeHart,
Yes, I believe the applicant is working hard to make sure that this is constructed properly and it will be a nice addition to the neighborhood.
Oh, yes, as I believe a hardship exists due to the configuration and challenges of the existing lot size.
Spencer,
Yes, I also see a hardship, and I'm always happy to know that land that once was never developed can be developed beautifully now in White Lake.
Howell,
I vote yes. I believe the applicant has demonstrated a non-self-imposed hardship and a practical difficulty due to the existing conditions of the parcel. And I believe they've done an excellent job in designing a unique home to fit this precise parcel. And I also point out that I believe the township has identified this in a previous assessment that this is a buildable lot. And so I believe for all those reasons, I vote yes.
Thank you. You have your variance. As I stated at this very start of the meeting, you have 6 months in which to pull a permit or you have to return to us again. So unless you really enjoyed our presence, make sure that you get the permit and give staff a few days to get a rough draft copy of the minutes drawn up. You'll need them when you go in to see the building department. Good luck and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the township.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your kind words about the sensitivity of design. It's much
No,
appreciated.
it's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman and the board as well. Really appreciate your comments and your thoughtfulness this evening. Thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks
next-
for everybody's patience with me being persnickety about if it's a canal or inlet.
It's a canal. Come on.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there.
Okay.
But hey, I still voted yes.
Our next case, the applicant is the Lakewood Village Improvement Association. The location is 971 Schuler Drive. The requested location is the following 3 locations, all within Road Commission for Oakland County right-of-way: northeast corner of Biscayne Avenue and Bogey Lake Road, northeast corner of Ellenwood Drive and Bogey Lake Road, and northeast corner of Thompson Lane and Bogey Lake Road. The applicant requests to construct 3 monument signs within the road right-of-way, requiring variances from Article 5.9.I residential district signs due to the proposed 0-foot setback from the road right-of-way and installation of a 3rd monument sign. For the record, 57 notices were sent within 300 feet, no letters received in favor, no letters received in opposition, and no letters received returned by United States Mail. And with that, could we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant is proposing to remove and replace 3 freestanding monument signs. The intersections were read out by the chair. All of the proposed signs are located within Road Commission for Oakland County right-of-way, and all of those locations contain R1C zoning, which is a single-family zoning district. The existing signs, I don't think I have a photo of them for the Lakewood Village, are I believe they're wood and they're deteriorating. So the Improvement Association is looking to replace those. The proposed sign is shown on the screen. The sign area would be, here, Lakewood Village, a deed restricted community, 1.92 feet by 6.375 feet in size. That's 12.22 square feet. The single-sided monument structures are 4 feet in height and 8 feet in length, and that's including the sign area. The sign ordinance allows 1 monument sign, not more than 30 square feet in size, to be maintained at or adjacent to the principal entrance to the subdivision. 1 additional sign may be permitted if the subdivision has 2 thoroughfares or the subdivision has more than 1 boulevard street entrance from an existing arterial, or it has at least 250 homes. So the Lakewood Village subdivision has more than 250 homes. So a second development entry sign is permitted by right. So there is a variance request to install the 3rd sign. And then additionally, the sign ordinance states a subdivision sign not placed within a public boulevard entrance must be set back at least 10 feet from the road right-of-way. All of the signs would be entirely within the right-of-way. There would be no setback. So the applicant is requesting the full 10-foot variance for the placement of each sign. The Road Commission did approve the applicant's permit application to allow the removal and replacement of the 3 freestanding signs within the Bogey Lake Road right-of-way. So again, there are 2 variants requested tonight, 1 for the 3rd sign, the 2nd for the setback of each of the signs. If you are inclined to approve the request, staff recommends a condition that the applicant obtain the required permit from the Road Commission and provide a copy of said permit to the building permit at time of reapplication for a township sign permit. The applicant is present, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Does anybody have questions of staff?
Nope.
All right, then.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I need to wave a little bit more. I was just curious if they have a permit from the Road Commission, Justin, do we have any right to deny this at all? I mean, the Road Commission doesn't ask us for permission to put their signs in. So I didn't know what the legalities of that is.
Yeah, so this has come up before legally, and an interpretation that I have heard is that our ordinance requires a setback. If there is no setback, a variance is required, whether the sign is on applicant's property or not. So they had permission from the property owner, which is the road commission, to have their signs there, but they would still need a variance. This would just be, yeah, I don't know how to describe this. Say the rear yard, or I don't know, say a pool, someone had a pool in their backyard and it went over their rear lot line 5 feet into their neighbor's backyard. If their neighbor said it was okay and gave them an easement, that's worked out civilly between them, but they would still need a variance from the township because they didn't meet the township setback for the lot, from the lot line.
Okay.
So
No, I think, thank you for that.
Yeah,
The next question I had for you was, you're saying the resultant setback is 0 feet, but it's really a negative feet because we're actually moving away from the property line.
Right, but legally we can't grant a negative setback, so it's 0 is the number we can grant. So 0 is at or in within a prohibited area. So,
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the proponent is present, that's correct?
And he has to be bored out of his mind being here all day.
I wasn't gonna say that. I thought we were pretty entertaining.
I was going to say how pleasant it was so far, but then I'd be just whitewashing you guys.
Just for the record, could you just state your name and address, please, sir?
Certainly. My name is Marvin Miller. I live at 995 Artdale, White Lake, Michigan, 48383. Just
Thank
for
you.
clarification, the address given for the application is the address of the Homeowners Association president,
Oh, okay.
Mark Lammert. The 3 locations are, as stated, right at the boundary where Biscayne, Ellenwood, and Thompson connect with Bogey Lake Road. So we're basically removing and replacing the existing signs. And Justin did an exceptional job in explaining that the previous signs are pretty well worn and way out of date. For some background, it may help. Lakewood Village, as far as I know, was originally developed in the mid-50s through the mid-70s. And at that time, it just wasn't the habit to create a boulevard entrance as you would have with the Meadows or Woodside, the subdivisions that are north and south of Lakewood Village. We do have over 400 homes in the neighborhood, and we use all 3 thoroughfares. So really our intent is to remove and replace. And you saw the photograph or the representation of what we're going to do. We think it will update the look of the neighborhood substantially. And then, Justin, I don't know if you've got the rest of the PDF, but these signs will be placed in a way that's consistent with what Oakland County wanted. That is, that they do not interfere with any of the sight lines from any of the 3 roads, Biscayne, Ellenwood, or Thompson. You notice the blue line there, it's very faint, but the sign is now parallel to Bogey Lake Road, whereas the current signs are cast at an angle, and so you can only see it when you're driving on Bogey Lake from one direction. So we think it'll be an improvement. The signs are larger. The signs will be lighted. We've worked with the sign vendor. They've worked with Oakland County and White Lake before. So we're more than confident that they'll be able to carry off the construction with the appropriate permits. And Oakland County also wants a constructor's bond that the vendor is familiar with. So I don't know if there's any questions you want to address or if I left anything out.
I'll just clarify real quick that the sign at the corner of Biscayne and Bogey Lake Road is currently here at the southeast corner, and it would be moving to the northeast corner. All the other signs are staying in the same location.
Right. I did stake that out. And the reason for that move is if you do look at the corner of Biscayne there, it's virtually impossible to put something where the current sign is and have that sign be visible as you're driving north on Bogey Lake. So, and then the signs themselves are constructed in a way that's compatible with Oakland County regulations. That is, they're basically styrofoam, such that if a car were to hit them, the sign would be damaged and the car would be preserved. There's no masonry involved, although it looks like stone. So,
Well, that was going to be my question. So thank you very much.
yep.
Wanted to make
So
sure that,
clarification, they're going to be parallel, not perpendicular to the road. Is
That's
that right?
absolutely correct. And the reason for that is, as you pull up, if you wanted to enter onto Bogey Lake Road,
Mhm.
and you're at the stop sign, we've taken great care to make sure that at worst, you're looking at the end of the sign, right? So you might have a 6-inch or a 10-inch
No
obstruction.
blind spots. Yeah. Yeah.
No blind spots, exactly. Plus, we're going to do some substantial landscaping to remove the trees, not the trees, but the growth that's around the current signs, and that'll improve the sight lines as well. I've been talking with Comcast. I put in a request to Oakland County to see if they could help us with removing, because there's some big trees that are up in the wires, and we do not want to try to ask a contractor to go up. They'd be stopping traffic on Bogey Lake and all kinds of stuff. So I've got a request into Oakland County from them to maybe clear up some of the debris that's growing in and around those signs now. We'll clean out as much as we can, but the stuff that's up in the wires, we don't want to mess with that if we can avoid that.
thank you. Any other questions of the proponent?
If I
Or
may just offer one more thing. I've
Sure.
been working on this for almost a year now, worked a lot with Oakland County to make sure I understood the requirements. Justin's been extremely helpful in guiding me to it and in fact, getting the scale drawings and the things that you've seen here tonight. So appreciative of how easy it is to work with White Lake. And that's the only whitewash I'll do. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Mike?
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, if you could help me, I have a major issue with street signs that have unshielded or ground mounted lights that shine up on signs, because they always seem to be out of place and they shine right in my eye as I'm trying to drive by. How is this sign lit, or is it lit?
Our plan is to do solar lighting directed directly at the sign with the solar panel behind the sign and the battery pack where the panel is. We picked a sign vendor, a solar lighting vendor, I should say. And they based the size of the panel, the amount of the LED based on the square footage of the sign. And they say that it should work for 8 hours. We can up the battery to go, dusk to dawn if we wish. I understand your concern. I've seen a few. In fact, Mark, the president, and I drove around a survey of about 25 subdivision signs that were lit. The majority of those were powered. We have no way to drive power to this. We would like to illuminate them. Our plan would be to set the solar light, the LED, into some concrete so that it won't shift and do what you're describing.
Yeah, Mr. Powell, I 100% agree. I do not like uplighting at all. And, the intent of our outdoor lighting ordinance is essentially a dark sky ordinance where we want it, to eliminate to the biggest extent possible light pollution. Now, there probably wouldn't be too much light from the signs, but I think a condition that you may want to consider tonight is requiring any sign lighting to be fully shielded and directed downward. And I think that would clear it up. And there's plenty of lighting options that would accommodate that for these signs.
That would be fine with us. I have no problem at all with that. There's some of us that would prefer just to leave the signs as is and not have them lit. But, we would prefer to do it if we could, as long as we do it within your guidelines.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of some lighting, especially before midnight or something, people trying to find that drive and trying to find Lakewood Village. I don't want them to drive by 3 or 4 times looking for the entrance to your park. So
May I
all
ask
right.
a question to yourself and Justin regarding this?
Another, yeah, sure. And another
So-
thing with the timing, we could
Yeah.
put, a requirement that the lights be turned off between midnight and 6 a.m. And that's pretty standard for what I've seen for outdoor lighting.
That would help us with the cost as well, and we'd have a smaller battery pack. Appreciate it. My question was, I've been using for reference the Grace Church sign that's just slightly south of Bogey and 59. If you go by that at night, is that too much light? Is that just enough light? That light, if you don't know, has 2 what do you call them? Capitals, I guess. So there's lanterns on top of that, but there's light shining onto that sign and it comes up from below. So I mean, that would be my reference point. It didn't seem too bright. It doesn't seem to distract drivers and such, but I'm just looking for guidance, really.
That's one of the cases that did come before this board, and I think that's what we required.
Got it. Okay,
remember
well, good to
correctly.
know. Okay. So you're saying that those are actually downlit on the Grace Church? Maybe I didn't notice that.
I'm pretty sure.
Mr. Miller, I can work with you after the fact. Our ordinance has standards for illumination output, foot candles and lumens for lighting. So I think as long as the board tonight included a condition that the lights be fully shielded and directed downward, I can work with you on the output of the lights separately from this.
Happy to do that. I mean, I've done permits for my own house, worked through, your building department. It's been really a pleasure to do that. So happy to conform, just as we were with Oakland County from the outset. We just want to make the signs, improve our appeal to the people that are driving by.
Yeah, I think if the lights are fully shielded and directed downward, we can be pretty flexible with you on the output. But I can get you this. I can get you the specific standards in the ordinance at a later date, or tomorrow, and I can work with you separately outside of the variance for the output for the lighting.
Perfect. Yep. And then I hope there's no question that basically we're replacing, and then the zero variance, as I understand it, is we're in the right of way already, and they don't have a problem with it. Those same diagrams that you just saw were what I started with at Oakland County. So it's been a consistent set throughout. Thank you.
Any other questions before I open the public hearing? Then Alex, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this?
There are no callers waiting.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration, discussion, or a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, I move to approve the variances requested by Lakewood Village Improvement Association from Article 5.1.I of the zoning ordinance in order to install 3 subdivision signs that would encroach into the road right-of-way, 0-foot setback at the northeast corner of Biscayne Avenue and Bogey Lake Road, the northeast corner of Ellingwood Drive and Bogey Lake Road, and the northeast corner of Thompson Lane and Bogey Lake Road. This approval will have the following conditions. The applicant shall obtain all necessary permits from the White Lake Township Building Department to include pre-approval of to include all alternatives, to include pre-approval of all alternatives for lighting, inclusive of shielded and directed downward. Furthermore, lights shall be turned off between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. Additionally, the applicant shall obtain the required road commission for Oakland County permit and provide a copy of said permit to the building department at the time of application for a township sign permit.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have a support?
Madam
thought
Chairman,
Mr.
I'll
I thought
support
Mr.
that. And I want to thank Dave. I think he did an excellent job on that motion.
Thank you. With that, may we have a roll call, please?
Walls,
I vote yes for the reason just stated.
Howell,
I vote yes. I believe it will be a substantial improvement to those intersections and actually assist in traffic control because they'll be easily identifiable signs.
Spencer,
Yes, for the reasons stated.
Shalat,
Yes, for the reasons stated.
DeHart,
Yes, for the reasons stated, and I appreciate the solar lighting.
Yes.
Mhm.
You, sir,
Absolutely.
have your variance. As I stated at the very beginning of our meeting, you have 6 months in which to pull a permit, or you have to come back before us again. We're always a lot of fun to come back and see, so welcome to do so. And just give staff a few days to get a rough draft copy of the minutes done, because you'll need to take that to the building department.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good evening.
Good night.
Night. And our next case is case 8414 Cascade Lane, Michael J. Beals. Also known as 1236-453-012. The applicant requests to construct a single-family house requiring variances from Article 3.1.6E R1D, single-family residential front yard setback, side yard setback, lot coverage, minimum lot area, and minimum lot width. For the record, 30 owners were notified within 300 feet of the proposed variance request. No letters received in favor, no letters received in opposition, no letters returned by United States Mail. And may we have staff report, please? Now I think Justin's asleep.
I'm here. I'm getting the screen share ready. I haven't done that at a meeting, but I think if you guys like the format, I'll continue with it.
I do love it.
Really do. Yeah, this
Okay.
is good.
So this property is located at 8414 Cascade Street. It's located on Cooley Lake and zoned R1D, which is single family residential. This property is just over 1/10 of an acre in size. There is an existing house on the property. It's about 1,100 square feet in size. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing house to construct a new house. So the current house, and let me go back a second. Here's a survey on the screen of the existing conditions on the site. The house was built in 1928. It's considered non-conforming. It doesn't meet front and side yard setbacks, which in R1D zoning, the minimum front yard setback is 30 feet and the minimum side yard setback is 10 feet. This parcel is also non-conforming to lot area and lot width. So this parcel is 4,880 square feet in size. The minimum required is 12,000 square feet. Minimum lot width is 80 feet in R1D. This property is 40 feet in width at the street line. So this house would be demolished, and now on the screen is what's being proposed by the applicant. This house is approximately 3,238 square feet in size. It's a 2-story house with an attached 2-car garage. It would be located 5 feet from the east and west property lines, so a 5-foot variance is being requested on both sides. Also, the house would be located 20 feet from the front property line, so a 10-foot variance is requested to encroach into the front yard setback. The lot coverage is also 46.86%. So the maximum lot coverage allowed is 20% in R1D. So they're seeking a variance of 26.86%, which is 1,311 square feet of coverage. And then again, the variances, as I mentioned before, for minimum lot size and minimum lot width, a 40-foot variance for lot width, and a 7,112 square foot variance for lot size. I know I breezed through that pretty quickly. Again, I try to remember to mention it. I don't always, but Article 7 Section 37 of the zoning ordinance lists the standards that the board needs to review when considering a variance request. All criteria must be met in order to grant a variance. This, that was included in the staff report. So the applicant is present tonight, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for staff at this time?
I have a question, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Justin, is there what is the ordinance position on a raised deck lakeside?
Like an elevated deck?
Yeah, is that because this deck is going to be above grade? It's going to certainly impact the view from the neighbors' properties. Is our setback from a deck like that, or is our setback from the house?
Sure. So and I'll try to zoom way in here. That was a good question, Mike. The 30-foot rear yard setback would be from the house to the water's edge, which in this case follows the seawall. So you can see at the closest point, the house is meeting the 30-foot rear yard setback. The deck would be subject to the water feature setback, which is 25 feet. And you can see that they're 26 and 4 3/8 inches away from the seawall with the deck.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? If not,
Wait, one quick question. This is hooked to the sewer, correct?
Yeah. Yep. This property has sanitary sewer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thinking we're having a lot of cases on this little part, this one particular road.
Yes.
Yes. It's an observation here. Yeah.
With that then, if the proponent cares to state his name and address for the record, please, and then let us know what it is you're requesting.
My name is Ghassan Abdenour from JV Associates Architect. I'm the architect on that project. And Mr. Mike Beals, the owner, I think he's with us on that project. So we're proposing a single home resident. And like Justin said, we are asking for variances from the two sides, 5 feet from each side and 10 feet from the street side. And the reason is the lot is a non-conforming lot. It's 40 feet wide. And if we go by the setback, really, the lot can kind of become like unbuildable because we'll end up only with 20 feet home the width. And for the setback that we're asking from the street side, we're kind of trying to match with the neighbors. The neighbors, they have maybe garages close to the road and stuff like that. We're asking for 20 feet, so we have more potential to park the car and not interfere with the street. And I did hear a lot of stuff about the 5 feet variance that you've been asking for the overhang. And I think we can work with that. We can maybe cancel that overhang encroachment to the 5 feet setback, and we can keep it within the 5 feet. And for the deck and for the water side, we try to meet the requirement. And the lot coverage, because the lot is small, and the footprint of the house on the first floor, the house itself is 1,200 square feet plus the garage is around 1,800 square feet. So really, that's how big the footprint of the house. And the design we're doing, the garage is in the front. The cars come directly and get to it, and we have the entrance on the side. We try to work as much as we can so we can make it work within that lot. The seawall we do have, I think it's a new seawall or it's been fixed. We're trying to work with whatever the requirement is, and we do have sewer That's why septic field is not required. I just want to say that the existing house on that lot was almost 4 feet from the property line. So we're trying to work with what we have, and we're asking your help because we thought that maybe it is a hardship to have 20 feet home will be unbuildable for a new house. And I will answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions of the proponent?
I have, I know I'm surprising you again, but I do have a couple of questions, Madam Chairman. I want to thank the architect for bringing up the question about the overhangs. Certainly that's been an issue all night, so I appreciate that. Justin, am I reading this correctly? They're not asking for any lakeside setback variances at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the question that I have is that Oakland County Health Department has a standard requirement that a well be 50 feet from a sanitary sewer. At least, and I can't remember if this is a pressure sewer here or not on Cascade. So I'm just wondering where the well would be proposed, Mr. Architect.
I'm not sure if there's.
Can I just jump in here?
Sure.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Yeah, this is the homeowner, Mike Beals. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And appreciate your hard work. It's been a long night for you guys. I know that, and I appreciate Gassan coming in and talking about this. But just for perspective, you know, we're looking forward to on the Cascade. We're looking for this house. We're looking forward to moving out this house, which really right now is an unsafe structure, and building a conforming lot, and it's consistent with the character of that neighborhood. So this is going to be our primary residence. We live in Bloomfield and raise our children, but our primary residence is going to be here. We currently have a temporary lake house, or weekend lake house here in Cooley Lake, and so this will be our primary residence. And so I decided to jump in on that.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mike?
I think
I give you an observation, and growing up on a lake, one of my issues is, and I know White Lake doesn't have a site distance or a sight line requirement, but if my colleagues take a look at the houses on both sides of this proposed lot, and versus where the existing one-story frame is, we are really cutting off the view of the lake tremendously from both homes. And that's really a major issue. The problem I see in even discussing this is the existing homes on both sides are really outdated, and no one would build a home back that far anymore. They just really wouldn't. So I can't find really any decent room in the floor plan. You could take a foot or two out of the depth of the home, but none of that's going to make a difference to the view of the lake from the adjacent neighbors. So I just point out a concern that I have. You could take a couple feet out of the garage. He's got it small enough that really he needs that 20-foot depth in order to actually pull a car in. So I like the fact that it's a front entry garage. I'm going to suggest that they do some kind of a turnaround so that they could turn around without backing out in the street maybe. But unfortunately, the upgrading of the homes down through here are going to be pushed towards the lake, and the homes on both sides are going to be left behind. But we're not asking for a variance lakeside. We could shorten the variance. We could work a negotiation to give him a variance along the roadside if he pulled the house back. But to what end? I just don't see any end to that. So our ordinance is what it is, and it meets the ordinance lakeside. I'd certainly like to know if anybody else has a concern, but we don't really have any control over that. So I babbled a lot, but I needed to share that with my colleagues.
Can I just address that point? Because I think that's a great point. I was worried about that too, to make sure that we're not hammering neighbor sight lines. And if you look to the west of us, we're right in line with all of those. Now, my next door neighbor to the left, who are fully supportive of this, of course, they're bad. But we're in line with the west, and we're important that we check to our neighbors to the east, and we're in line with them. Now, there's just look. So I just want you to know that that was important to us, not just to comply with the setbacks, but also to be considerate of the neighbors and make sure that that sight line is consistent throughout that bay.
Yeah, and I recognize that as well, Mr. Beals, and I took the pictures and stood out there in Lakeside, and the homes down the lake, you're actually more in conformance with the homes down the lake, and we're just leaving the homes adjacent to you behind a little bit, and they're going to need to be updated.
Yeah, just to add to that too, it's the like the 8420, for example, next door to the west. I mean, looking at it, it seemed like it's going to be kind of almost stuck in the back of an alley in one way. But yes, then looking down the lake, we see where the homes are moving. So it's kind of one of these, things. Yeah.
I mean, most of these homes eventually is gonna have to be renovated. These homes are in very bad shape, and hopefully we can.
Debbie?
There to look at the site. The neighbor to the west was out there, and I spoke with him. And I said, "Do I understand your neighbor's going to be tearing down the house and building a new house?" And he said, "Yes, absolutely. That will certainly be a betterment to the area." So that was it.
Thank you.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions of the proponent or his representative? If not, Alex, I'd like to open the public hearing up. Anybody out there?
There are no callers waiting.
Well, thank you, Alex. I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
Yeah, I think this is in line where the homes are going. I mean, the 8420 was my concern, but based on what Debbie had shared, I appreciate the homeowner as well. I thought those thoughts, but yeah, I mean, it's if they're okay with it going forward, that helps me.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would just add that any motion for approval include the condition that in no event shall the projection of the roof overhang be closer than 5 feet to the east or west side lot lines.
Yeah.
Okay. So is anybody going to entertain a motion?
I can't read it. The motion on my screen's too small. My eyes are trying to.
Bigger font next time, Justin.
No, it's what I have. It just, I can't read it. Sorry. Maybe if I stare. Can't make it any bigger.
I'll make a motion.
All right, go ahead, Dave.
I move to approve the variances requested by 8414 Cascade LLC from Article 3.1.6.e of the zoners ordinance for parcel 2. For parcel number 112-36-453-012, identified as 8414 Cascade Street, in order to construct a new house that would exceed the allowed lot coverage by 26.86% and encroach 10 feet into the required front yard setback and 5 feet into the required side yard setback from both the east and west property lines. A 40-foot variance from the required lot width and 7,120 square feet variance from the required lot size are also granted from Article 3.1.6.e. This approval will have the following conditions. The applicant shall obtain all necessary permits from White Lake Township Building Department. Additionally, there shall be no encroachment into the 5-foot side yard setback on either side of the residence.
By any overhangs.
I would, if I can paraphrase Hannah for the minutes, and I think this is the intent. In no event shall the projection of the roof overhang be closer than 5 feet to the east or west side lot lines.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Interject, is it too late for me to interject? That overhang is, I believe, about 12 inches.
Right. So the structure is going to have to be 6 feet from the side lot line with the roof overhang. If it's 12 inches, that'll be at 5 feet.
Hello, we can work at the design, make sure that the overhang is small.
I'll let my architect talk on this.
Yeah, we can solve the issue without moving the walls. So we can keep the walls the way they are with fixing the overhang.
Right. So at 5 feet wall, there would be no overhang for the roof.
Yeah, we'll
So
come
as a
up
point
with
of
a
order,
design
has
that-
David finished his motion yet?
No, he has
So,
not.
Okay, so to clarify this motion, variance number 1, ordinance section article 3.1.6.e, subject side yard setback standard 10 feet, requested variance 5 feet east and west, result 5 feet. Variance number 2, article 3.1.6.e, front yard setback, standard 30 feet, requested variance 10 feet, result 20 feet. Variance number 3, ordinance section article 3.1.6.e, maximum lot coverage, standard 20%, 976 square feet, requested variance 26.86%, which is 1,311 square feet. Result 46.86%, which is 2,287 square feet. Variance number 4, ordinance section article 3.1.6.e, subject minimum lot size, standard is 12,000 square feet. Requested variance 7,120 square feet, result 4,880 square feet. Variance number 5, ordinance section article 3.1.6.e, subject minimum lot width, standard 80 feet, requested variance 4 feet, result 40 feet. Do I need to, staff, do I need to make a adjustment at all to the encroachment on the side yard setback of 5 feet of the overhang?
I think Hannah has the language, but just so the applicant is clear that at 5 feet, there shall be no overhang into that setback. So the roof couldn't even go 1 inch past the wall. And, we're going to look at that pretty closely because the ordinance doesn't allow that.
I think the Sonic Gab Associates, I think he seems to feel that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, they can grant the variance for 5 feet. And if there has to be a roof overhang, you're going to have to cut the wall back. So that's just something that you'll have to deal with.
Yeah, no problem. We can work on that.
So is there a second?
I was going to say, do we have a support?
I'll support.
Thank you, Debbie. May we have a roll call, please?
Walls,
I vote yes, it will be an improvement to the area and due to the hardship exists due to the lot configuration of I see a practical difficulty.
DeHart,
Yes, there is a hardship with this lot size and it will be an improvement.
Schlack,
Yes, it's an improvement to the neighborhood. I'm voting yes also because everything appears that the neighbor to the west is okay with this decision. And then on top of it, I believe that it is lining up with how the houses are going to be distanced from the lake line moving into the future.
Powell,
I'm going to vote yes as well. This is a substandard lot, but it's a legal non-conforming lot. And there is no self-imposed hardship here. The practical difficulty is providing a modern home on a substandard lot. And I believe the owner has presented the case for a practical difficulty.
Spencer,
Yes, for all of the reasons stated. So you have your variance, as I stated in the very beginning of the meeting, you have 6 months in which to pull a permit or the variance expires and you have to return before us again. Please give staff a few days to get a rough draft copy of the minutes. You'll need them to take to the building department.
Thank you. We appreciate your help tonight.
Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you for sitting through a long meeting too.
Have a wonderful evening.
I gotta tell you, I was wondering why my case wasn't first. We would have been like that.
Too easy. Too
Oh,
easy.
well, sorry. Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
everybody. Gassan, thank you. Thank you to everybody.
you, guys.
Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Mike. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Okay, any other, next meeting date is October 22nd, a week from today, 2020. We're back on at 7 o'clock, I take it?
Yes.
7 o'clock. The only other business that I want to bring up, and it's just kind of food for thought. I'm really troubled with the fact that a lot of our people are being requested to stake out the properties and they're not doing it. And, you know, Justin and I had a conversation, you know, Justin, can't we just tell you we want it done? That's all there is to it.
So I think I know where you're coming from, Joe. We try and we strongly encourage all the applicants to stake out their additions, and it's in the application that they get so that they know. And I think it says within 10 days of the meeting, and it says in our application, if you don't do it, you know, it may cause your case to be tabled. Now, rarely does that happen, but I mean, a lot of people are visual when they go out. I mean, it helps. I mean, when I drive by, it's like, wow,
Tremendously helps.
It helps me get it in my head. And so, you know, we may want to, you know, try to think of a way to be more stringent with that. But another thing that we had talked about was requiring stake surveys when you file a variance application. These hand-drawn plans are very difficult to work with. Mortgage surveys do not suffice. They are not accurate. And, you know, it puts the liability on the board and staff when we're trying to interpret things and, you know, assuming that, you know, a setback is what it is, you know, what something hand-drawn says it is. So I just think that that's something that the board should consider, that, you know, staff administratively require a stake survey for variance applications. And I think people should just understand, I want to be careful with my words, that, you know, there's a cost to coming to the ZBA, there's an application fee, and there's a fee that comes with, you know, paying for a stake survey. But I mean, a lot of times the building department will need a stake survey. We, you know, rely on that for accuracy. And I just think for homeowners, they should, you know, want a stake survey for their property. There are a lot of communities, you know, every community does it differently. Some require a stake survey for every building permit that you get. If you file for a building permit for a deck, for a pool, for whatever, you have a stake survey. Some, you know, don't. Some require it for variances, some don't. So I you know, the White Lake is on the side where, you know, we require stake surveys, you know, here and there. But I just think it might be something to consider as a policy, always requiring a stake survey when you file a variance application. So just something for the board to consider. Like I said, not necessarily with every single building permit, but when you come to the Zoning Board of Appeals, we're not really dealing in approximations or estimates. We're supposed to be exact. And, when we talk about projection of a roof overhang, within 5 feet, I mean, that's 2 inches is too much. So, the ordinance doesn't say 5 feet, but you can go a couple inches. That's okay. It's, 5 feet and, there's, that's it. So I don't know what the board thinks about that, but it's something that we've talked about internally, and I've met, Joe and, I think Dave, we talked about it a little bit, and it seemed like there was maybe some support for that.
Well, so my question is, because yes, I'm totally in favor of that. I'm a very visual person. Do we have the binding authority to pass any motion to?
I think what would help, would be if that was something that the board wanted, was passing a motion, and it just would be, it wouldn't be anything that was but it would just be a symbol to, from the board to staff to direct applicants when they file a variance application to stake out their properties and to have a stake survey. It's not, you don't have to do this tonight, but I just, we wanted to get this kind of, in your thoughts of something that we're looking at.
Well, so I would be comfortable with us passing I don't know if it's a resolution or whatever, but saying that if something that allows you and others to be able to put on paper, the zoning board has said that if this is not staked out, they will either automatically table or something to give you the ability to say, you better make sure it happens because, it becomes automatic if you don't.
And I agree on that, Nick, because all it's going to take is 1 or 2 cases for us to table. And first thing staff's going to say is, I'm telling you right up front, they've tabled them in the past, so probably table this one.
Yeah, and it's not a denial, but it's a table.
Right, exactly.
I'm 100% fine with voting for a motion that gives you language that you can put into the documents and tell people.
Well, something to the effect then that, we direct staff if staff feels it's necessary. I'm not saying we need it on every one of them, but if staff looks at it and, and he says, if I can't figure it out, how are these people going to figure it out? This is what I do for a living. These people do it once a month, if we're lucky. Just let them make the decision that we've told staff, it's your call. If you think it's needed, we want it.
When do we not need a staking? I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like the signs that just came up.
That's, yeah.
A second story addition, that was within the setback.
Yeah, somebody up there pounding into their roof, right?
Or if they're tying flags, onto the side of their house. But
that would be pound those into the shingles. I got you. Yeah. Okay.
So I don't think we necessarily need a motion for the staking, but at some point, and it doesn't have to be tonight, but just digest the thought of the stake survey, because that's more of
right.
That's we should have some clear language on that. That's an application requirement that the board wants to see, and then staff can include that as an application requirement.
So there's really 2. Go ahead, Debbie.
Well, my only concern, and I was a big proponent. I called Justin a couple times and said, this is ridiculous. I know how bad these lots are here in this neighborhood. There has to be a stake survey done. It takes a long time to get a surveyor out there, so people have to have a long lead time. And but I do feel that how can you say we're dealing in inches and we don't really know where the lot line is? And the second thing is, I think they've got to put an address out. There was one house I had to call Justin, I couldn't find, there was no address.
Yeah, I was looking on that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Same with me too.
Yep.
I couldn't find that either one.
Yeah.
So there are really 2 issues that we just talked about, and both are very important and both are a little bit distinct. One is so we get the language properly, is a staking of the proposed improvements. so that we can visually see how that's going to impact the neighbors and the lake and everything else. That's one issue that obviously would help us out a great deal. The other one is what I think you guys are calling a stake survey, and that's a certified survey is what it is by a licensed professional. The reason why that's a tough one and maybe hasn't been enforced yet is because you're really talking somewhere between $1,000–$2,000. And if somebody's thinking about just buying it or not buying it, to outlay $2,000 on a lot that they're not going to buy if in fact we don't grant the variance is a real hardship. In reality, however, without that, how can we know whether or not the setback is proper, or if we grant a variance of 2 feet and they really need a variance of 3 feet, now they have to come back again, and it short circuits everything. So it's a two-edged sword, but both issues are very important to us.
Well, and I get, Mike, that most people don't want to put out $2,000, not knowing whether we're going to say yes or no.
Right.
I mean, I understand that part of it. But on the other side of the coin, they're willing to spend more than $2,000 to build whatever it is they want to build. So factor that in. And if it takes time to get the survey done before it comes before this board, then they need to do their due diligence and check with staff and say, what do I need? Okay.
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
come. What do you mean I can't come next week before the board? I have to book 2 months because of the survey. That's the nature of the problem for them.
Yeah, Joe, it's reminding me of people that balk at a few $100s for a pastor or a musician at a wedding, but they put $3,000 on flowers.
Yeah. Or
nothing
how about
against flowers or
40,000
florists.
Yeah.
but
Or how about
the same.
$4,000 for a dress that you're only
Right,
gonna
exactly. But the pastor wants how much to meet with me 3 times in advance?
Yeah, I know. I get it. Anyways, I
Yeah,
just
okay,
wanted to
so
bring
thank you
that
for the
up.
and thank you for the clarification, because I was hearing visual staking. So thank you for clarifying the stake survey part. But yeah, both of those make sense. I think we need to make sure that we're approving what we want to be approving.
I'm just getting worried now that we get more and more of these cases coming in, and they seem to be not cooperating, and it's making it hard on staff. I don't want to make it any harder. I don't want to make it any harder on me. Forget staff. I don't care about them. No, I'm just joking. I want to make sure that they have every piece of information they need so they can get me the right information. Because I sure as heck, this board has had the best reputation when we've ever gone to court. We've always won. Cannot think of a time when I sat on this board in the last 30 years that we've lost, and we've done it because staff has always given us the right information. We've all done our homework. We've gone out there and looked at everything. I want to keep our track record going here, and I just thought I'd mention it tonight. We can think about it. We're going to meet next week.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I'm sorry, Joe, I don't mean to keep stepping on your words. I'm just thinking with that, like Mike, I'm guessing you're the one who's gone before more other ZBAs than the rest of us.
No,
Are we easy going?
And quite frankly, I'm extremely impressed with our group here in that I think we're fair. We're probably more on the easy side. Other boards, it's you must prove your hardship or you're not going to get an approval. I give you a perfect example. I got all the variances necessary for the Matter of Taste restaurant there on Union Lake, and you can't even believe the number of variances required on that. And so there was a board member there that didn't believe that no variance was needed at all because you could in fact build a photo mat in the middle of that little place. But in reality, that's a practical difficulty. You don't buy a site like that and put a photo mat on it, for heaven's sakes. So I think we're very, I think we're on the easy side, but we want the best for White Lake, but we don't want to be overburdensome on the property owner. And
Right.
we could be a little tougher. I mean, we could have squeezed the last one down and taken a couple feet out of it, but that doesn't really help anybody. And so we have a lot of hardships in this township, and I think we're fair.
Well, and come on, you know, the properties that are developed were all cottages.
Yeah.
Small, tiny buildings. They didn't even come out here in the winter.
Yeah.
Because probably didn't have
Yeah.
any heat. You know,
I mean,
and so now we have these small homes
yeah.
that people want to improve. They want to, you know, I mean, I want people to come to White Lake. I mean, I would love nothing better than to have more than 30,000 people vote for Mike every time he's up for election.
Oh, amen.
I mean,
I think Mike would second that. Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
And then run for a different office if he had 30,000.
but we
That'd be awesome.
get rid of our state lands. We've got too much state land. So we have very little land that can actually be developed, and what's there is non-conforming.
See, and yeah, and I mean that's the thing is with I mean I'm 44. Okay, so I'm probably one of the younger ones amongst us here, but I mean even within my lifetime, I'm being kind. So even within my lifetime, this was still up north.
Yes.
This was up north.
Yes.
I sell real estate. It's still up north to some people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and 59 is a line.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we do have that. I mean, so we have that thing of we are a little bit more easygoing. But at the same time, we also, I mean, so it's that balance of we have a responsibility to the people who already live here. And yet we do like having other people like this gentleman move from Bloomfield Hills to come into our area. So how do we do it wisely?
To Mr. Powell's point, you know, something, and this was something I was going to talk about at some point. I probably, you know, I don't want to be the new guy coming in saying this is how things should be done, because I don't want to do that. But at some point, when we have a lighter agenda, I would like to do a ZBA training session, and not me lecturing you how to do your job, but just procedural things with the Zoning Enabling Act. Something that I would like to get in the habit of when we make motions for approval, or even before making a motion for approval, is going through every criteria in the ordinance. There's 6 of them in that section, the standards for granting a variance. Someone should read each one of those criteria for every single case and say how it is or is not met. And that's just more legally defensible. And then, you know, because making an improvement isn't a reason to grant a variance. Something, you know, aesthetics, we're kind of playing it on the fringes there. So we can try to tie our approvals more closely to the review criteria, and why something, you know, saying something is a practical difficulty is one thing, but why is it a practical difficulty? Saying they have a hardship is one thing, but what is a hardship? We should include that in our minutes on the record. And I think that would help. Maybe it wouldn't toughen us up, but it would, you know, bring a deeper level of review that ties it more closely to the criteria in the ordinance. You know, Mike said, you know, he's seen different boards, and we may be one of the easier ones. You know, some of the literature from different planning organizations out there say that zoning boards should deny 75% of the variance requests that come through, because it shouldn't be easy to get a variance. It should be, you know, a unique circumstance. Now, I'm not advocating that we deny 75% of variances, but maybe a more, you know, robust level of review at meetings or scrutiny wouldn't be a bad thing. And like I said, we don't need to get totally into this now, but just to get it in your thoughts. And you don't have to do anything that I say. I'm just a talking head with the unfinished walls behind me. But I'm just, you know, I've staffed a zoning board, you know, for a couple of years in a different community, and I've seen different communities do it. And so there's no right or wrong way. It's, you know, what's best for White Lake. So,
Justin, just to just quickly respond, because I know it's getting late, and I appreciate everyone's loyalty and attitude here. It's much more important to go through those one at a time and address them if we're voting negative. The applicant that we grant the variance is not going to sue the township because we granted their variance.
Unless there's a neighbor who's aggrieved and they have an issue.
And we try to take that into account, certainly, and we can certainly justify it. But you're correct, but I don't also want to get so rigid. I've been before boards that are just so rigid. It's like, oh my gosh, take me to a dentist and pull a tooth instead of going before West Bloomfield Township, for example. I mean, the people have to cry first before they'll grant you a variance, and that's just dumb. But I appreciate all our attitude, but you're right. We have to do things a little more methodical, maybe, and I appreciate that, Justin.
Yeah,
I do think, if I'm right on this, I think our third one tonight was the first one we approved since August. So I guess we're slightly tracking in that direction.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I did the calculation, and not that it's a bad thing. I think just since I've been here,
but when you start with that disclaimer,
we're at like a 90% approval rate. You know, since I've since I've been here. You know, and that's fine, because I think
that's when we toughened up.
I think historically that's probably what the board has been, probably around a 90%. And like I said, I'm not advocating to get more rigid or stringent. I'm just throwing out some thoughts, and because like I said, every community does it differently, and we have to do what's best for the White Lake resident.
Sure.
There's probably a balance that we can strike.
Well, and you are right, Justin. It's probably been 2-3 years since Lisa had a training session with us. So we are kind of due for a refresher course on.
I would really like one.
I think the last thing I saw was 2015.
Well, okay, so it was more like 5 years ago then.
Pandemic clock is off. Your pandemic clock. It's okay.
Well, don't do it on a night when we have.
No, they would do it on a night where there's maybe one case or two cases.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you know, to start, maybe it's just like a discussion with us before we, you know, pay our attorney to come in, because
I mean, all I'm saying is in the past, we've had her come in because she pointed things out to us that she, you know, obviously had been brought to her attention. I mean, if you can do it all, then we don't even need to bring her in. I was just saying it's been quite a while since we've done it.
Yeah, I know the last one with Lisa was 2015.
Okay, well, there you go.
And I was not part of that myself. I would really appreciate being part of one.
We got to get him trained. He doesn't know what he's
I know.
doing.
I keep talking about aesthetics and
Now that's actually legitimate, Nick, because if you take a subdivision, you're allowed to make it conform with the ambiance of the neighborhood. But
Yep. Well, anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
Oh, I do.
Thank you.
I'm tired.
All right, we have a motion and a support. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.